G'day champions, sorry I'm late, Jesus. Are we live? 10 seconds without crashing, well that's a plus, isn't it? Let's see if the internet wants to work today. How are we all? And it looks like we're live. Yeah, I'll give you your money back, Lars. Anyway, so we're finally here. Had to drive my sister-in-law's car. Yeah. I've got the van out for repair. Well, I had the van out for repair, it came back, and then I lent it to my brother-in-law, who's smashed his truck up, so that's getting repaired, and he's a builder, so he needs a work vehicle, so, you know, I could stand to lose a few pounds, so I've been riding the push bike to work. But this morning I woke up late because I slept in, because I was up late last night working on amps, what's new, and had to drive in, so here we are. I've just finished up, morning Dad, just finished up this Galleon Kruger, which I'm going to do a video on. Well, I've done a video on, I've just got to edit it. It's a GK 400RB, one of the old ones with the rounded top on it. I've got a more modern one. I should do a comparison because they are slightly different in construction. Here's that one. Check it out. It's got all the knobs. Crazy. They never have all the knobs. Probably because they cost like $15 each. And there's my one. You can see same design principles, just slightly different cosmetically. This one's got the rounded top. I guess they figured at some point, why are we folding shit? We don't have to fold. So they decided to just go with flat panels, and instead of this beautiful speckly finish, looks like it's powder coated, they've just gone with a plastic overlay, but you know, it looks more modern. They've got the name bigger, probably as they started to get a bigger company. They're going, oh, let's get our name out there, let's make the logo bigger. So there it is. You got the same shirt, yeah, the 12AX7 one. You get them from CE distribution. Just part of the reason I got t-shirts is because I was shipping something like a small transformer, and I was shipping valves, and they're really shit at packaging things. CE, they just throw stuff in the box. Like you'll have boxes of valves like this, and there'll just be a transformer floating around in the same box. Like what do you think's going to happen, champs? So I ordered some t-shirts, so at least then I know that there's some kind of padding in the box. It's a bit sad you got to do that, but anyway, and they're like $3 each or something stupid. I think they're about $8 US, which is like $15 here these days. So this one was a pretty full-on resto. A few hack fuckwits have been in the past, so I had to reverse a bunch of shit as usual. But yeah, it's good to go now, and these things just don't die. Like even with the abuse this thing had copped, it was still producing pretty solid signal. So they do take abuse, these things. because they're not trying to get 1,000 watts out of a thing the size of a matchbox, they'll just last forever. Chunky heat sinks on the back. That heat sink's slightly heavier gauge than my one. I guess they figured that they could get it a bit cheaper, but just everything, like all the screws had to be re-tapped, and all the holes were reamed from using the wrong size screws. So now I've pissed everyone off by turning up late. Let's get into some diagnosis. Oakley dokley. Have you ever put presence controls in orange amps? No. Alrighty, what's wrong with this one? Job sheet. Channel 1 and 2 go fuzzy and die. Never serviced. Okay. Go fuzzy and die. Where's my memory card? Let's do a poorly lit video for YouTube. How about that? Tube Workshop, how you going? Good, and what's happening? Champion. Suppose I need a bit more light in here, eh? I don't really want to light the place up because then everyone will think I'm open and they'll bother me. Dead battery. Fuck. It's one of those days. Scotty, how you going? Talking a little bit about it. So we use some of these batteries for the Panasonic. And they last about 5 minutes because they're aftermarket, and aftermarket batteries are nearly invariably shit. So it's a good idea when you got a camera to buy genuine batteries, because they're actually decent. I don't think I've ever bought an aftermarket battery, and we're all tempted to do it because they're so much cheaper. But yeah, I don't think I've ever bought an aftermarket battery that's been reliable in the long term. I think I'll bring the ISO down a bit, eh? 1600's a bit rude. G'day champions, we've got a Marshall AS50R here. Marshall's very successful foray into acoustic amplifiers. This one's got reports of going fuzzy and dying. So let's have a look. Oof. Oh, you fixed some flanges. You've got to remove the back cover. Yeah, because the chassis disappears down behind it. So that's got to come out to slide the assembly backwards. Someone's been in here before because the screws are reamed out. Never been serviced, he says. Sure. It's like the doctor asking you how much you drink. Ah, you know, like a beer or two a week. Maybe a snifter report in the holidays. And then he just looks at you over his glasses and takes a deep breath and starts writing shit down. What flanges were you working on, Scotty? Scotty Brockway. You weren't working on one with the horrible SAD chips in them, were you? Probably every month I get someone. I shouldn't have put that video up. The one where I repaired the whatever it is, electric mistress. I forget what they're called. Because now I go over it very clearly in the video that these are all going to start dying because the chips are failing. And that this particular customer got very lucky because he bought a chip that actually worked. He got bent over on the price. And it works this week, may not work next week. So I told him there's no warranty on this job because all these chips are failing. But every month I get someone messaging me, my flanger won't work, help. What, did you even listen to the video? Did you even listen to the video? You didn't, did you? Help, flanger no work. Like, for starters, it's not a fucking instructional channel. And I don't give free technical advice because who the hell would do that? Oh, it's got a reverb tank. That's cute. Two little no-name speakers. Ooh. Got some little foam donuts rolling around in there that I don't know what they're off. Maybe they were supposed to be under the reverb tank. No, they've got their own dampers. Don't know. They've got adhesive on them, like they're meant to be stuck to something, but they're not. Just floating around. Got a little tweeter in the middle with a bipolar cap. 4 microfarad, 4 oofs. There's a first order crossover for the little tweeter, which looks to be just a tiny little compression driver. Dome tweeter, actually. It says right there. Make a liar out of me instantly. So what do we got to do? We've got to disconnect these. That's the single wire. They're paralleled. Everything's paralleled. And that goes to positive. So we'll disconnect that. I'll make a mark on the red for the reverb. Clean that off later with solvent. Just saves analysing the circuit to figure out which plug goes where. Sometimes it's clearly laid out in the schematic, other times it's not. You know what? Let's just confirm his fault first before we get balls deep. I'm running away with myself again. Getting carried away is what I'm trying to say. I've got shit everywhere because I've had a couple of jobs where they're every day. Can I get a status update on that job? The status update is when you get the fucking invoice, alright? And then the status is that it's finished. Can I get a status update? Can I get a status update? So I've been, unfortunately the squeaky wheel gets the grease, doesn't it? So I've been trying to get those jobs out of the way at all cost to get these people off my back, because I can't handle that shit. So as a result, the well-behaved, courteous people get put last. And it sucks. Alright, we've got no signal at all. Goes fuzzy and dies, they say. Well, it's dead now. No hiss or nothing. Oh, it's because I disconnected the speaker. My God, I need to go back to bed. I didn't think I disconnected it. So this is why I delete live streams. Alright, let's try again. Alright, we've got signal. Got reverb. Got chorus. Everything's crackly, but what I think I'll do with this one, because you don't want to listen to 200 or 300 hertz for an hour, I'm going to put it under load and put a meter on it and just get it to beep at me whenever the signal drops. But there's not much point doing that unless I take it out of the chassis, out of the box, so I can take a measurement if it does fail. So let's do that. Scotty, the NE571 Companda chip, as far as I know, they're still available from reasonably reliable sources. You should be able to get yourself one of them from somewhere. You might still have to resort to the shitty suppliers. Good, and I'm gonna start putting my foot down on that, because I'm gonna have an automated response. I've already taken my phone number off my business card because I'm sick of phone calls all day. I just can't concentrate. It's going to be the status update is the quote or the invoice. No status updates will be provided. And probably bring in like a 3-strike system. You ask for updates 3 times and you're gone. I'm not doing any work for you again, because it's rude, and it's a they go, oh, I don't mean to be rude, but, and then they be rude, like everyone. I haven't got time for it. I haven't got time for status updates, because that's time that I could be working or figuring things out or ordering parts. If I'm sitting there answering your emails, I'm not doing anything useful. You're just wasting more time. But it's the way of the world. The annoying person gets what they want because everyone wants them to fuck off, don't they? That's why there's so many annoying people in the world, because they always get what they want. Hanging on by some sticky foam tape there. Oh, hello. Couple of factory revisions, perhaps. Throwing some extra filtering in there. Silicon to a chip. Yeah, I've kind of already got conditions, but not contracts. But this is why people go, oh, look at the terms and conditions in the fine print. It's because of fuckwits like that it's there. If everyone was, you know, respectful and courteous, we wouldn't need to have contracts, would we? So yeah, I've had the phone just switched off, and I'm just not answering phone calls. And if people leave a message asking for a status update, I'll just delete the message and ignore it. So the status update is the quote, and once you've approved the quote, the status update is the invoice. I will contact you if there's something like an unreasonable lead time on a part, or if something's gone wrong with the job, like it happens, and it's going to be a longer time than expected, like, I don't know, a finish goes cloudy or something weird on a guitar or something like that. But otherwise, if you're just going to ring every second day and ask for a status update, I'm going to delete your message and ignore you. If you do it 3 times, I'm going to put your job in the car park and you can come and get it. Alright, so I'll put this on the second bench out of our way, and I'll put it under load, and we'll see what's going on. So sorry, bear with me, legends. Let's fire up the Rigol over here. It's a bit exciting, but it's out of the view of the camera, so. Impedance is this driving? Hang on. Four ohms, as suspected. Failure to plan properly on your part doesn't constitute an emergency on mine. IT response. Yeah. I'm going to start saying, that sounds like a personal problem. That's something I learned from Lewis Rossman's channel. One of his assistants, she was like, I think he said Croatian or something, and she just had this matter-of-fact attitude. And if someone's like, I need it for a university assessment or something, because they repair MacBooks, they say that sounds like a personal problem, so i.e. nothing to do with me, it's out of my control, so it's none of my responsibility. But, you know, it's just frustrating when you get 10 phone calls a day, people just nagging. Yeah, people can't read. I get people asking me for my shop address. It's like, are you really going to make me stop what I'm doing and text you back my address, which is available on every single platform that I'm listed on? Like, just fucking Google it, man. Like, I haven't got time to Google shit for you. It's starting to really get annoying. This is giving me the shits. What isn't giving me the shits today? I'm not in a good mood. So I've got dummy loads that have banana connectors, right? Bananas binding posts. That's what I'm trying to think of. So I have these adapters to suit every speaker output and various formats of it. So spade connector, male and female, you know, quick connects, speak on, just like bare wire for hi-fi stuff, you name it. So that way I can just plug in my test speaker and have a listen. My favourite is when they call us having obviously Googled the number, only to not use the address there. Add that to the ones that ask how to get to the shop despite having a GPS in their pocket. Yeah, they want directions. Like, come on, man. That's sort of a filter. I just sort of say, yeah, you'll find it on Google. And if they say, I don't know how to use Google, or I don't use the internet, it's like, well, sorry, I don't want to work for you then. Because it's a bit of a filter to get rid of the absolute, like, knuckle draggers. My status update is that you and Lyle are legends. Well, to be a legend, you have to be dead, wouldn't you? Love the channel, Brad. Thanks for sharing your self-unfiltered, authentic self. I think I said self twice then. Yeah, he's got time for filtering, eh? I can bump your repair up the front of the line for an extra 500. Well, I can't even do that because that's the problem. So I offered. Well, I've got an expedited labour fee of a 50% surcharge on labour. I don't charge them 50% more for the parts, but essentially, if I get rid of all the other jobs and put your job on the bench, I've still got to get those other jobs done in the given time frame. So now I've got to work overtime. So basically, you're paying 50%, which is cheap, really, because I've got to work into the night. So you're paying my overtime, essentially, because I still have to get the other shit done. And the paperwork and the ordering and the, you know, reconciling the books and all that stuff, sending emails and blah blah blah, plus just shit at home, right? So there's a 50% surcharge. A lot of the time that gets people to go, oh, okay, no, I won't. Yeah, I'll just wait. So, you know, your gig wasn't that important, was it? But sometimes I go, yeah, all right, I'll pay that. But now you've got the other person ringing and saying, oh, you said it would be ready today, and now it's ready tomorrow morning. Like, well, yeah, I've got to do it tonight. So when you're this jammed, you can't even take the expedited labour fee, because that screws you as well. Like, you could ask them for 3 times the amount and you'd still have angry people the next day. So yeah, I don't know how to get around that, but I think the only taking work for the first week of each month thing is going to have to happen from now on. But people are unaware of it because, like, not everyone's on social media. So you put out a post saying it, and yeah, 50% of your customers see the post, but the other 50% of just like people coming off the street have no idea about that. So it's hard to say no to them when they've you're here working away and they come in with this, you know, basement, something like that, and you got to tell them, sorry, no repairs, and they're like, oh, okay, when can I bring it back? And they're carrying this thing and they're struggling, and you feel real shit, because, you know, the natural position is to help everyone out and provide a solution, yeah, because that's why I'm here. But when you're not taking any work because you're already loaded, you kind of, it feels bad to turn work away. Don't know, but it's got to happen because it feels even worse to have 20 people calling every day asking for a status update. Now, amongst all this, I could be working like a demon today, but Saturday's sort of my... Well, I've still got to work, so I try to make it a bit fun so I don't burn out, right? So we do these videos. Now, what size spade do I want? Probably, I'll go the smaller one. It's just for a test rig, so it's smaller ones more of a chance of fitting more amps. Get out my $1 million crimp gun, made in Switzerland? Sweden. Oh, sorry, Sweden. Sorry, Switzerland. Parker would not be impressed. So it's an expensive gun, but it's a pleasure to use. Oh, it's not too bad. I mean, I think this handle's like $360 or something. In the scheme of crimp guns, that's actually pretty cheap. Yeah, so just scrolling down. PEBSAC, problem exists between the seat and computer. Yeah, PEBCAC. What was that? Computer and... hang on. Problems exist between customer and computer. Can you fix it over the internet? Same with computers and family. Do you fix computers? No. Yeah, you never say you fix computers. That's one thing I learned very early on. Do you fix computers? My computer stopped working. And they bring in this laptop running Windows 98. Fucking 4 megabytes of RAM. Like good old George Carlin said, oh, here we go. People are fucking stupid and half of them are even stupider than that. Yeah. Filters are for coffee. Yeah, damn straight. Charge it to 50% total bill surcharge. Yeah, I don't feel right charging a surcharge on parts because there's no difference to the cost of the parts because of a rushed order, unless I have to order them specifically and get express post. But these days, express shipping costs you double, but doesn't get it here any quicker. It's a fucking scam. Yeah, I got spoiled growing up in Kalamazoo. All the old Gibson guys stayed in with nice guys. Kalamazoo. It just sounds like a made up word, doesn't it? Double time and a half. Yeah, well, that's what it should be, shouldn't it? G'day, Matthew Power. Anyway, glad you're here. Hope you figured out that automatic tranny. Yeah. Oh, I keep going for the clutch in automatic cars. I hate auto cars. I like manual. And of course there is no clutch, so you almost hit the brake. Get someone over on a 457 visa from the US. Plenty of techs there who'd work down under. Yeah, could be an option. And I'd have to work with an American. I don't know how well that'd work out. Is that a modular crimp gun? Yeah. Yeah, you can get all sorts of dies for this, Matthew. This one's just your average for the, I don't know what you call them, these things. But you can get Cat 5 dies and stuff for it. And it's a bit of a beast. I should look at the catalogue of dies, but I've got no money, so I don't want to look at expensive things because I can't afford them. Australia's too fucking hot and everything wants to kill you. See, I don't get that. Nothing wants to kill you in Australia. I don't know who propelled that myth that all the wildlife's trying to kill you, because nothing kills you here. Like a couple of venomous spiders and snakes, but I've never seen I don't think I've ever seen a venomous, like a bad snake. I think I've seen a brown snake once in my life, and I'm 38. I've seen plenty of redbacks, but you just don't fucking eat them. And everything's got anti-venom. I think I mentioned this in another stream. The only thing in Australia that scares me is irukandji, because they're the size of your pinky fingernail. They're transparent, and you kind of die before you have a chance to do anything. In the States, though, if you're worried about getting shot, you come here for a holiday, you can fucking relax for once. Or in the States, in northern states, bloody bears, man. They'll chase you down and stalk you and eat you. Yeah, I think Paul Hogan has quite a bit to answer for. Yeah, I heard about Dumble's phone call clause. Like, if you call him at all, he'd, like, asking for a status update, he'd cancel the job, he'd keep the deposit, and tell you to get fucked. Probably sell the amp to someone else. But, you know, Dumble was a weird dude. Boom. That's a bit better, isn't it? I just had a soldered one on there before, so the wire was doing things, fraying, whatever I'm trying to say. I don't know. I'm half asleep still. Oh, let's not start an argument about guns, for fuck's sake, or I'll kick you all out and cancel the stream. Fucking everything's got to be like a religion over there, doesn't it? Ah, you bastard. Oh, get in my belly. Gotcha. Click. Ah, here we go. Look at that. It's a thing of beauty, this gun. Oop, too far again. There we go. Look at that. It's body into the jacket, bit of strain relief, and more importantly, you can't bend it and fray the cable anymore. So that's my little adapter to go into cheap ass amps speaker outputs. So, any new guitars, anybody? Yeah. I just ordered a Fender body. I found one. Enough gun talk. Yeah, fuck oath. Fuck oath. How you going, Lyle? Guess what, Lyle? I'm going to make you my admin. Make an admin. Add mod. There we go. You kick anyone else. Kick out anyone you want. Lyle, go for it. You know I'm not going to worry about that. I don't worry about things like rights on my channel. How about them Chiefs? Yeah, I don't know. Who is it Curran Murphy's a fan of? The Steelers? Who are the Steelers? What are they in the scheme of things? I guess it's a steel town, yeah? Because it's spelled S-T-E-E-L. Been expecting a Yamaha Revstar for the last 9 months. What, you ordered one? I had a Revstar, the first Rev, the first revision when they first came out. One of my customers has, you know who he is, CJ Stranger. He has a sponsorship with Yamaha, so they sent him one because he was doing promo stuff for him. And the fucking bridge was out of position by like 10 mil, so we couldn't intone the thing. The bridge was, the scale length was like too short for the frets by like, yeah, a good 10 mil. So I said, mate, you got to send this one back. We can't set it up. And it's not just string gauge. 10 mil, like 2 or 3 mil, mate, or 1 or 2 mil, maybe string gauge is a factor. But yeah, you had to send it back because we couldn't get the intonation because the bridge was in the wrong spot. Fucking hell. And I saw you mention something about that on your SG, Lyle. The bridge was in the wrong spot, but it's a good guitar? Really? Really? You liked the guitar, but the bridge was in the wrong spot. Really? Jesus. If I got a guitar and the bridge was in the wrong position, I would jam it so far up their arse sideways that they'd be able to play it with their tonsils. I don't know. Yeah, it is a huge mistake. 10 mil. Yeah, it was about that. 8 or 10. So he sent it back, and they've fixed it since. Like, not that guitar, but whatever problem it was. I don't know if that was a one-off or a prototype, but yeah, that's a big mistake, especially for a company that is so big and experienced. Like, I've seen supposed boutique guitar builders just get scale length completely wrong and fretboard radius and all that shit, and still charge $5 for their guitar because it looks pretty. That was John S's SG. Oh, right. Okay, sorry, I saw the conversation. I thought it was your one. Yeah, what the fuck? I wouldn't accept getting it fixed either. You'd see that. There's no way to hide that. You can't just create wood where there was none. Alright, so we'll put this on 4 ohms. Put the meter on min-max on min, and it will alert me if anything drops. And you'll hear it beeping in the background and say, "Oh wait, Brad, pay attention, dickhead." Give it some signal. I've got my second signal generator up and running now, so we'll fire that up for the rest of the morning. Alrighty then. Get a little short lead. That happens when some dummy puts a Tune-o-matic or Nashville on a guitar that came with a harmonica bridge. What's a harmonica bridge? Oh, is that big fat white? Yeah, I know the ones. I was trying to find one of them for a customer actually. Mine was fine though, barely. Yeah, there's just no excuse for that shit. How long have Gibson been around for? And they're still fucking up shit like where to put the bridge. Like, some man you just can't teach. Never seen a Revstar with a bridge in the wrong spot, but plenty from other companies. Hell, Martin put their bridges in the late 60s in the wrong spot, and plenty of Gibsons. Like, how do you get that wrong? Do you not make templates? Do you just guess every time you put a bridge on? I just don't understand. Recently, it's been Jackson's with bridge placement issues, mainly out of line with the necks of the strings. Oh, fall off the sides. Oh, Jackson, come on. Is that their Indonesian ones, or is that, I hope that's not their US soloist that they're charging $6,000 for, or something stupid. See, the reason we sound grumpy all the time, us techs, is because this shit just shouldn't be happening, eh? And the fact that it is hurts us inside. Alright, wondering why my voltage is fluctuating. It's because the chorus is still on. Not getting a scope read out. What's wrong there? There it is. It's noisy as frig. Is that in a bridge configuration? LM3886. I don't want to ground that because that might be a bridged amplifier. Considering it's a 4 ohm load, I think that might be somewhat likely. Why are we not triggering? What's going on? To look up the schematic, god damn it. This was supposed to be easy. Well, I'm just going to to set that to min-max anyway. It's sitting at about 4 volts output. Let's give it a little bit more. Let's give it 5 volts, make it sweat. Actually, that's a bit much, 5 volts into 4 ohm. I'll just set it on about 2 volts RMS. Sometimes issues with signal cutting out are more likely to happen at lower levels, because at higher levels it just punches through whatever problem is occurring. I'll move on to the next amp. G'day Lee, how you going, champ? Get the lead out. Feel free to criticise Southern cooking. There's got to be a first time for everything. Southern cooking sounds like my kind of food. Except cornbread, that's just weird. Checked out a bunch of fenders lately and the frets aren't even polished. Sounds like sandpaper when you bend. Yeah, everyone's doing that. They just Scotch-Brite them. So shit. When you're paying so much for a guitar, everything should be schmick. But these days you buy a $3,000 guitar, you got to go get $1,000 worth of work done to it. But people still love the brand. The Martin issue stemmed from using a yardstick to place the bridge in place being cut too short, resulting in the bridge being 5mm too close to the neck. You could probably hear that on recordings back then. Fender, Jackson, Gretsch, EVH, all the same company, and all of them are crap in my opinion. Yeah, pretty much. Stuff shouldn't start broke, that's our job. Yeah. Southern cooking, or any cooking for that matter, is like saying hand wired. Whose hands? Yeah. Southern cooking can still be like really terrible. Any cooking can. It's funny, the overall quality and playability of new instruments is so much better than we had, and so much more inconsistent. Yeah, they used to be consistently shit, but back in the day, if you spent big money, you got something good. So what's happened is sort of this. So now, the cheap guitars used to be down here, now they're like here, and the expensive guitars used to be here, but now they're like here. So it's compressed. So you may as well buy a cheap shit box, Squire or something. The fret's probably better on a Squire. Gretsch is only made by Fender and licensed. The brand and company is still owned by the family still. Oh, okay. They're typically better made than Fender's own stuff in my experience. Yeah. I've had some lifting frets on Gretsch's though, new Gretsch's, that's not good. I still think Really King is just so they can charge more money for the guitars that it stamps second. Yeah, probably. Morning Thom. My Kingdom for a White Falcon. I've had a few in, it's not really my thing, I don't know. The thing with hollow bodies in general is when you're standing in front of a cranked amp, you can feel the air rushing in and out of the F-hole, and it's takes you by surprise when it first happens, and that's part of the reason people play them, because the guitar becomes at one with the amp almost. It only happens when you crank it. I work hard at keeping my guitars pristine as possible or practical. I can't imagine relicking. I'll just throw them around. I don't care too much about dents and dings and stuff. Partially because I deal with people that are really precious about their guitars, so I sort of throw mine around as a joke. Speaking of throw mine around, I've got to, this broke while I was Well, I was testing an amp the other day and it's been like 2 days and I keep not replacing it. So maybe I should bite the bullet. Honestly, when you restring guitars all day, the last thing you want to work on is your own guitar. It's one of those things. I'll do that later. Yes, I will still do that later. So I've just been grabbing the FGN to test amps. It sounds really good anyway. Poor little Strat. This one, it's got the Shawbucker in the bridge. It's a little bit microphonic, so that sounds good, but when you're testing an amp cranked up, it feeds back and people look at you funny like there's something wrong with the amp because they don't understand what feedback is or why it happens. So maybe I should get something less microphonic for testing amps in front of customers. Couldn't eat Hungarian goulash. What's that goulash skip from? Curb Your Enthusiasm, was it? Something like that, about goulash. We import used gear from Japan and dozens of classic 70s and 80s bangers that show just why they almost put Fender and Gibson out of business. Almost. Now Fender and Gibson seem to be corporate ghouls. The stuff they're doing on the business side of things is pretty underhanded. Yeah, dump new electronics in them and get them refretted with stainless. They're just monsters. Yep, I've had a few people do that recently actually, getting old Jacksons and stuff and getting stainless refrets. Love stainless feel. Some guys don't like it, I don't know. Alright, next amp, we've got line 6. Uh-oh. Jesus, it's heavy for a line 6. Ugh. DT25. It's always a worry when the marketing card is still on the amp and it's failed. Both Gibson and Heritage are sad shit shows now. Oh, I thought Heritage was still good. Hi Amy, how you going, champ? Chinese company bought Heritage. Ah, really? People in Kalamazoo were pissed. Burns pots are great. I've gone to Burns. About that. So Burns are good for amps. CTS are good for guitars. It's all about their taper. Burns are very I don't know what the word is. I can't say linear because it's not linear, but if you're talking about volume, yeah, linear. So their logarithmic pots feel very linear. Okay, so that doesn't make sense. It's very gradual, their taper at the bottom end for Burns, so that's good for an amp because you're trying to find that sweet spot where your breakup starts happening, or you want to fine tune it down so it's clean. And their taper is a bit abrupt at the top end. So in a guitar, when you're rolling your volume off, it cuts out too quick. CTS are the other way around. They're very abrupt and nothing happens until you turn it to 2. It's just off still. And then they kick in very abruptly. So it's shit for an amp because all of a sudden your clean headroom travel is like between 2 and 2.5. Below that is 0, and above that it's just overdrive, right? So their travel is really gradual in the top end. So it's good for a guitar where you roll it off, so it doesn't cut your signal out like a switch. So CTS good for guitars, burns are good for amps. And they both say they've got the same taper, but they don't. So yeah, alpha pots are alright, but be aware that there's different levels of alpha pots. There's Taiwanese alpha and there's Chinese alpha, and there's different levels of both in terms of quality. I think there's also a lot of fakes that say alpha and they're not. I got a D-25 once on a trade, looked inside, sold immediately. Yeah. Just using J-taper in my guitars. Would I prefer linear anymore? Oh, I guess you mean now. I prefer the Burns taper. Yeah, but for what? For guitar or amps? So at the amps, you're spending most of your time at the bottom of the range of the pot, yeah? And then guitars, you're spending most of your time at the top range of the pot. So what's the report of this one? Oh, is this one of those Class A my ass? Fuck off with your Class A. This isn't Class A. Uh-oh. Digital. Yeah, so they're just momentary. What? Why has the switch got 4 ways? It's like a joystick? No, it's just a normal momentary switch. Alright, so all the switching is clearly done by a microcontroller. What's the report on this one? Doesn't mean it's a no-go. C notes. Uh-oh. Where are the notes? Oh, there are the notes. Uh-oh. There's lots of notes. Oh god. 3 A4 pages. 3 A4 pages of notes. On a line 60, 25. Oh, there's valves in here. Fuses for line 6. Whoa, he's got like 10 fuses. That's not a good sign. 10 fuses in a element 14 bag. Oh, Newark. It's element 14 over here. You've got a matched pair of EL84s. Well, this is concerning. And we've got an invoice. Is that an invoice? Oh, another tax invoice. See, this is what shits me about other techs. Amplifier repair. $242. What did you fucking do? Fault. No sound. And he repaired it and charged $242 and didn't give any details on what he did. This is why people come to me, because I itemise shit and they can trust it, I guess. When you get an invoice that says amp repair, $242, what did you do? Alright, so we've got 3 pages of notes. Okay, so another prominent tech of whom I am not in contact with worked on this, and then it failed shortly after. So one would wonder why it did not go back to that tech to fix what he clearly didn't fix when he charged $242. But that seems to happen. A lot of other techs seem to get away with it, and if I do anything that's not absolutely perfect, I end up with an angry customer on my step. For some reason, maybe they're just really standoffish people and no one wants to even go back. Don't know. So, he got it repaired. what date was the repair? So it was bought new in 2019 and it's already failed twice. Fucking hell. Oh, this is the world we live in. So it was bought new in 2019, it failed in 2019. Maybe it wasn't bought new. Might have been second hand. When was it built? Does it have a date on the thing? No. Anyway, it was repaired in 2019 at least. It was purchased in 2019, it was repaired in 2019. Yeah, I itemise everything. Because I want people to know what they paid for. Instead of having this mystery about it like you're some kind of fucking wizard. Worked great for a little while, bug it up again. March 22, powers up but no sound. All switches on top panel light as they should. And switch as they should. Tried on cab emulation into Logic and also into PA, and it works when rear panel switch is selected to low volume mode. Okay, the plot thickens. Does not work when switched at normal power level. When amp is turned on, all three tubes heat up and become hot to touch, though not extremely hot. So that could indicate an HT failure, because they just get slightly warm but still cool enough to actually touch. External cabinet would not work. Give him fuse measurements. The fuse, power tubes, turn on the input for 30 minutes, put in new fuse. Channel B voicing. Worked nicely for 5 minutes and all scratching clicks and stopped. Left it for 15 minutes, switched it to low power mode, put in new fuse, worked for 5 minutes, then crackles and pops, but it kept working. I was able to switch channels and switch voicings without a problem. Put it on standby, came back 10 minutes later. I was able to play again for about 15 minutes. However, the long distorted chord rang out, then it crackled and stopped, fuse gone again. So there's an HT problem, clearly. Tested it again after speaking with someone else. So he's been through 3 tests now. Tried a new fuse. Sat behind the amp with the back off, played it fairly hard looking at the tubes. About 12 minutes there was a crackle and the rightmost power tube arced white and fuse blew again. So it's got a fail output valve. God, really? No one's changed the valves? This time worked for about 15. Oh, my stomach's making noise. Yes, I'd say from that we've got a bad EL84. Oh, the plot thickens even thicker. The plot's fucking thick now. Installed new fuse and a new match pair of valves. I'm changing it from tubes to valves. I'm translating. Turn it on again. Turned it on and standby off. Left it on for 20 minutes. Then heard the amp get noisy and hum fairly quickly. Looked at the back of the amp. Rightmost amp had a very red plate. Okay, so he's put in. He's fed it another pair, and the one of them's red plated. Didn't blow fuse, but would have if left it on for longer. Turned it on conditions. Played some jazz guitar. Low power mode. Controls at midnight. I'm going to turn on low volume, switch off, and cut the volume. How the amp still worked. This has been reversed accidentally. What? Switch? No problems. Tweaked all the knobs. Everything worked as it should. Skip. Then tried full power mode. Seems to be working. Switching between class A, B seemed to make no difference. Tried full power mode. Now it's not working. God. Right. I'm reading and not even saying because there's so much on here. Now full power mode seems to be way louder. I don't think anything's changed there. Seems to me the problem may be coming from some sort of problem with the power mode switch. Was this rewired incorrectly when insert previous tech name, put in the new power supply? So now volume is now louder in low volume mode. In voicing 2, volume is softer in low volume mode. Oh my god, this is a lot to take in. So you've got all these updates, but I don't know if a tech looked at them in between these reports. I can see straight away there's missing screws and there's reamed out screws. I feel bad for these customers, because they've been given the runaround, and now they don't trust anyone, and now it's like getting into a chick, getting with a new partner after they've been in an abusive relationship. You take responsibility for everything that was out of your control previously, and they've already got a chip on their shoulder before you've even talked to them. So it's been through 3 techs. I'm the 4th. It's been abused. The screws have been reamed out. There's missing screws. It's been through 3 sets of valves, and from his report, about 10 fuses. Switches have started doing the opposite of what they did before. The power supply has been replaced. Who knows what else has happened to it. So when he's changing the fuses, he doesn't mention. Oh, he gives us measurements and everything. He gives us some measurements of the fuses, but like the physical measurements, but doesn't say what current rating. The important stuff. What's the voltage and current rating of your fuse? No, it's just 31.4 millimeters, 1.25 inch by 6.3 millimeters, quarter inch, slow blow. Alright, so slow blow is written, because it says it on the back here, and you've got 2 fuses. You've got one in the IEC housing, and you've got another fuse above it. The fuse above it would be, well, it says tube protection fuse, so that would be, this is without us even taking it apart. That would be a fuse in either the cathode or the HT supply for the output valves, likely the HT positive, so B+. I think that's the one that he keeps blowing. So this would indicate a tube failure, valve failure, and EL84 failure. So is the valve failing because you just got a bad batch? The first one was buggered, the second one was buggered. There's no mention in here of how many sets of valves it's been through. He did say he changed them. The ones in here is sealed still, so he's purchased another set. Oh no, they're not sealed. So they might be the faulty, they might be the new. I don't know. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, they're faulty, alright. Okay, so they're fucked. Wasted good set of valves. This is another reason why I don't sell valves to people. Because you can put them in here, they'll fuck them, and then they'd ring you up and go, "You sold me shit valves. I want another set for free." And they'd send you back the fucked ones, and you'd send them another set, and they'd do it again, and then they'd put them in, and they'd blow up, and then they'd do it again, and then they'd put them in and blow it up. They would run your business into the ground, all because they don't want to get their amp serviced. They just want to throw valves at it. Valves have the ability to destroy an amp if they're faulty, and amps have the ability to destroy valves if they're faulty. So I'm only putting valves in if I'm doing an amp service. You cannot buy them from me unless I'm putting them in and you're paying for a service. I don't just bung them in and send you on your way. Take measurements, check the bias, check for stability, check for output rating. These are all things you've got to do. And yeah, people get upset that techs have to make a living. And people think you're gatekeeping because you've got some magical formula to make amps behave themselves. You don't. It's just, it takes time. It's simple as that. We only sell tubes to other techs. Yes. Like these ones 6. Ah, yeah, these are a thing of beauty. He's not getting them in a line 6, so I'll tell you what. Sealed. 7189As. Look at that, in the original box. And they've still got the cellophane wrapper on them. Look at that. Lovely. I am going to save them for something special. Because they're special little valves. Anyway, on a tangent again. So this one, yeah, summary. Been through at least 2 sets of valves. The ones in there are likely fucked. These ones are definitely fucked. I'll show you why. And someone's lost screws and reamed screws. So let's take this thing apart and have a look. And we'll see if we can restore this bloke's faith in amplifier technicians, because he's clearly been screwed by a few of them. Jobs like this, a lot of techs sometimes don't want to look at. Instead of saying, no, I don't want to look at it, they'll take it and then they'll do a real half-assed job. Okay, there's a few conversations happening now that I'm unaware of. Well, I'd be furious. Yeah, so would I. I kind of am furious. Now, some of these techs are a bit keep to themselves. So I'm not in contact with them, so I'm not going to go ringing them and say, mate, what happened here? Although I would like to. So instead of taking a job that you don't want to do and then doing it half-assed, you either don't take the job or you do it to your full potential. Factory puke, that's not enough. That's not puke, it's capacitor electrolyte leakage. What are we talking about? 3-year-old amp and that many problems. Yes. They market these as kitchen sink amps to kids to get them to buy garbage. Yes. Take a poll, bung it or not. Well, no, because that's not in your control. That's my decision to make. It's not a 3-year-old amp, discontinued in 2015, 2016, yeah. It looks to be. Because the internet says it's easy to swap tubes. And it is, yeah. Sorry I had to take 2 phone calls, Brad gets it. Yeah, right between the eyes. How much do phone calls suck? I hate talking on the phone. The customer popped in yesterday and here's a cop. What customer? You don't need a tech. That's why we put bias jacks on the back. Yeah, the funniest is the 5150s that have the bias voltage supply jacks. Like, what the... You literally... I never measure that. It doesn't matter to me. Unless something's weird and I need to know that it's getting supplied. I don't even note down the bias supply voltage. It's irrelevant to me. What the dissipation is what I want to know. If something is behaving strangely or way out of whack, I'll measure it, but they put it there like that's an important part of biasing. It's not. I don't know why they're still there. Oh God, it's jumping. Nearly all consumers are indeed unqualified. Most people can't operate anything more sophisticated than a toaster. Well, sometimes you can't even operate fucking toasters anymore. They've got like 10 buttons. Just give me a lever and maybe a knob. Sadly, doing it to their full potential is, in a lot of cases, still half-assed. Most people can't operate anything more sophisticated than a light switch. Yeah. Yeah, that was a nice video on the Princeton. I wish I got amps like that here instead of this fucking thing. I stopped, excuse me, choking on coffee. I stopped doing repairs for friends. I'd replace an input jack or internal fuse, and a week later they just complained that the sound had changed since I had it open. Yeah, I charge friends as if they were just customers, because I want to give I want to give every job maximum effort, and if I am doing it for free or a reduced rate, subconsciously I probably won't give it 100%. So I charge them. Customer for which has Toshiba's are attached. Oh, do you need them back? Oh no. I never called my techs unless the amp was done. Yeah, I get such shit because I don't automatically bias every amp to 70%. Yeah, I'm sitting at, depends on the amp. Depends if you're getting overdrive from the output stage or not. It depends if it's a high gain amp. If you're driving the thing in a full saturation in the preamp, you probably want to sit it at like 50% or less. You get shit. Yeah, that's... At what point do we just withdraw completely from social media? I've now added phone. Oh, I can't speak. I need more coffee. I've now added a phone call clause to my paperwork because I'm sick of fielding calls all the time. Yeah, one dude was calling every 2 days for his guitar that needed fret redress and gluing. Yeah, I'm just gonna remove my phone number completely. That'll slow him down. I just finished that 56 Harvard. Ooh, freshly reconed Jensen back in. Just got 1 volt DC off the input jacks. Ah, sweet. Harvard. Yeah, man. That's cool. I can't wait to hear that. I got asked to build a Harvard for someone. But yeah, that fell through. I found a chassis somewhere in Canada. I was going to get it shipped over. Someone was making repro chassis for Harvards with the 3 inputs. I used to do printer telephone repairs for friends. They expect me to fix their business crap for free. Yeah, no, I charge my friends full rate. In fact, sometimes more. Because I know they're painful. Makes you want to have a record of John McEnroe yelling for your voicemail. Got to unlist my number. I get 20 to 30 calls a day. Yeah, that's out of control. That's shit. And even if they leave messages, a lot of the time, not so much here, but I'd imagine Lyle, you'd get people just wanting free help. Like, tell me what's wrong so I can fix it, and I'm not paying anything. It's so rude. I can't believe people think that's a reasonable thing to do. Alright, Celestian 8-ohmer, custom designed exclusively for line 6. Sure, whatever. And this is designed by Bogner, reportedly. So they've got a whole bunch of parasite companies to try and prop up their own insignificance. Alright, 6.90, so that's 8 ohm still. Let's test these things. So, what's holding this cabinet in? 2 screws at the top. Inside, no. I think it's just 2 screws at the top. Really? Maybe it's held in by the handle screws as well, which is often the case on these things. Nope, well, it's feeling pretty flimsy. That's touching. I think that's touching the speaker. Oh no, it just misses it by like 2 millimeters. I think the handle's holding in the chassis. Why couldn't they just put a vintage 30 in it? Yeah. Yep, if I take an amp in, I give the owner my number and I put them in my contacts so I know it's them calling. I don't want blind calls. Yeah, I get blind calls all day. I get blind calls from my mates while they're blind. Yes, I see that. Machine screw confirmed. So that handle is securing the chassis. The rear one is not. I'll take the handle off anyway. Actually, no, we'll just take the screws out that we've got to. So I've got an idea, champions. Should I let you in on it? It's a bit secret. Pin out is different. Yes, the pin out on the 7189 is different to the 7189A. You gotta watch that. I think I'm going to make a new baffle for my Princeton reverb. What's everyone's favourite speaker in Princeton? Would you change to a 12 or keep it at 10? Well, you probably wouldn't fit a 12 here. Or you'd have like 5mm of baffle left around the edge. I'm building the... finished the cab for the 5E3. Lacquered the tweed. I've just got to cover the grille. I finished it last night. And... I've just got to order a speaker for it now, so I'm in the same boat as you, Lee. I'm looking for a nice speaker. I'm pretty well convinced I'm going to put in the WGS-G12Q, which is a 20-watt driver, 12-inch. But as for the 10, you could use the G10 something. I forget what it's called, but it's a 10-watt. Oh, it's a 20-watt 10-inch, so you'd be pushing it pretty hard. Or the ET65 is another great one, but you know, it's a taste thing. So I only had one Psycho Tech. Whatever tube, cap, resistor, pot, etc. they say is fine with me. Sheesh. So don't make one. You can get a great 10 or 12 inch baffle from Mojo Tone with proper age grill cloth. Oh come on, where's your sense of adventure, Lyle? You've got to make shit. G12Qs, yes, they're fantastic. They are fantastic speakers, and they look cool in your tweed too because they're that brown finish. G10C or G12C? G12C is a 75 watter, isn't it? From memory. I love 5E3 so much. I don't. Not in their stock form. They sound fucking terrible. The one thing you have to do, which is the first thing I did when I built it, was I put that grid stopper for the phase inverter, and that completely transforms the amp, makes it so much more usable. Without that, it's practically useless. And then Lyle gave me a few secret squirrel value changes after that, so I'm going to implement them and keep it a bit hush hush. But she's going to be my amp forever. I'm committing to this one, just like this here. I'm going to keep that amp, and not Chris Church keep the amp either. Actually keep the amp. I have a Baltic birch plywood in my garage. My dad has some grill cloth that he's had for like 20 years. Oh, pre-aged. Good shit. Yeah, I'm gonna take that home. I'm gonna hug it, and I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna name it George, just like the abominable snowman. I miss Marvin the Martian. I should watch some Marvin the Martian episodes. Earthling. So, is there any Australians in here still? Except for Six. Six is Japanese. Don't worry about him. He wishes he was. He's what we call a weebo. You buys it at 70%. I'll see my way out. So yes, any Australians here still? I forget where I was going with that. Oh yeah. So we've got a radio station here called Triple M, and we've got a comedian called Pete Malloy, and he's got that weird voice. How you going? It sounds a bit like Marvin the Martian if he had a different accent. Sticky. Alright, so we've got no reverb, it's all digital. We've still got something hanging on there. What's that? No, it's just the Tolex. Just got to help her out a bit. I'm not a weeb, thank you. I just like making money from it. You're a weeb. Admit it. Nah, you used to be worse. I think when you went over there, you had a bit of a weeb period afterwards. Six is not actually Japanese. I'm taking the piss out of him because he's a big Japan fan. Arigato! Arigato! I was trying to learn some Chinese. I was trying to learn some Japanese yesterday, actually, while I was working. I'm not very good at learning languages. Alright. So it's got these Chiang Mai transformers that are on everything. Adjust bias in class AB mode only. It does have bias test points there. Alright, so let's just look at these other valves. Have a look at that, champs. Zoomy McZoom face. There we go, look at that. So you can see heavy metallisation around every window, every opening in the anode. So that's like every element in it has fucking evaporated, and then you can see there, it looks like a side getter, but that's actually that's actually metal from the anode. It's vaporized and deposited on the glass, and you can see the glass in that area is distorted inwards. So that's gotten so hot that the glass has softened and the vacuum has pulled it in a little. It's worrying that that did not blow the fuse. So my next question is, and that one's just almost as bad, but no, not as much plate. Well, you can see there the plate's gotten very hot. It's discoloured. It tends to happen. That to me looks like arc damage. So I reckon this is the one that's arced, because it's arced to that convenient little spot for the electrodes, the electrons, and this one is red plated. So that one, I reckon that one's arced, this one's red plated, just from looking at them, because such a localized spot there. It almost looks like you've hit it with a TIG welder or something, or a spot welder. For something to be that discoloured, that localized, like that smaller spot, that's been an arc that's been sustained for quite some time. Well, wife was making me cottage pie with Scottish ale. Boom. Scottish ale. What kind of Scottish ale? No one can afford to watch. Afford to watch what? Afford to watch this? It's free. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Man, I was shown the inside of the warehouse from the company I deal with there and almost fell over with what was just strewn everywhere. Yeah, cool. If I was gigging again, if I start gigging again, I might just make a whole new cabinet for my Princeton, since it is in pristine condition. Make it big enough for a 15-inch. What happened with your square tube and round hole? I drilled the hole out another 2 mil, and that amp was 5 jobs ago. Cottage pie is beef, shepherd's pie is lamb. Local microbrewery. How good are breweries? Take the valves out so I don't smash them. I think it's pretty clear which EL84s have failed and which are still good. Maybe. So what do these look like? These look new, more or less. Doesn't mean they're good, but they don't look as visually bad as the others. That looks new as well. Let's look at these fuses. They all look good. $375 milliamp slow blow. And that is indeed what is labelled on the back. Bud Light is water. Yeah. Bud Light. What? Who the fuck would drink that? You'd have to be a serious mouth breather to drink Bud Light. Sorry, but you know. Okay, so this construction is difficult. We've got an enclosed box. This is all one piece. This U shape. We've got an L shaped panel here. That has the majority of the things on it. And the control panel is all fixed to this piece. So, yeah, coming up with a strategy to undo this is fun. We're having Kentucky Bourbon Barrel Ale tonight. I don't think I'll drink tonight. I want to get up early in the morning and go for a walk, like before sunrise. I planned to do that today, then I had like 6 beers, so I didn't. American beer is like having sex in a canoe. It's fucking close to water. Yep. That's an old joke here, but you seppos probably haven't heard that one yet. So, he said the power supply board was replaced. The power supply board. And this does not have a power supply board. It just has a main board. So I reckon he's full of shit. That tech. I don't reckon he replaced fuck all. I reckon he spent too much time on it, regretted it, and then charged him as if he replaced something significant. Alright, so I can remove that. I can remove this panel. That is free from that panel. And maybe there'll be enough slack that I can get in there and disconnect stuff, but it's a bit of a puzzle just figuring out the procedure to open this thing. We'll have to replace the 2 screws. I'm going to start taking notes, I think. Although, yeah, I've got a video to watch. I'll just watch that. If I can stand my own voice. We have a few decent British pubs in town with the UK dual citizens here. One has Yorkshire pudding. Yeah, I want to make that. I want to try making it. Cottage pie is beef. I didn't know it was a thing. Whether it was beef or what meat. I thought shepherd's pie was just potato on top. We've got 3 giant corporations making 90% of the yeasty swill solar in America, so of course it's homogenous and samey. Yeah, same here. Schopenhauer and Schlossl. Did you post a video on how to make cornbread? Yes, he did. How do you remember that? Clearly you've seen it. So go look it up. Right around Thanksgiving. Yeah, I've got to get back into cooking, man. I just haven't had time. Literally, I get here at 6, 7 a.m. and I get home at 6, 7 p.m. Oh, look at that. Got some little sticky bits of shmoo hanging on. Well, I reckon the reason that everyone's sort of passed this hot potato around is because it's a prick to work on. Let's see what we can see so far. Oh, that's a convenient angle. Thanks, Transformer. Yeah, right. We've got lots of heat damage around the output sockets, output valve sockets. We've got relays. Lots of relays on the output board. That makes me suspicious. No visible sort of burn or arc marks, but sort of need to get in there a bit better to see really what's going on. So it makes me suspicious that we've got Class AB and purportedly Class A modes. And then we've got a couple of 5 watt resistors down there that are 100 ohm, and then we've got two 5 watt resistors that are 220 ohm. And then we've got some pissy little relays. So I think that this is switchable between fixed and cathode biased. It's not fucking class A because the valves aren't conducting for the entire duration. I don't think so anyway, not on this. The voltage would have to go down significantly for that. So I'm wondering if in the process of switching between cathode biased and fixed biased, is one of the switches failed and it's not supplying bias, or it might be periodically supplying or not supplying bias. So I'd imagine this is all just hypothetical. We'll get the schematic and figure it out, but this is the thought process. So to switch between fixed and cathode bias, you have to switch on and off the bias supply to the control grid, and you also have to switch in and out some cathode resistors and bypass caps. Well, not necessarily bypass caps, but cathode resistors to the output valves cathodes. So that would be done because it's controlled digitally, and everything on here is just an encoder. Well, they're actually pots, but I reckon that's going straight to the big angry analog devices chip down there with Shark on it, which is their DSP flagship crap. Because everything's controlled by a microcontroller, all of these switching things with the output valves would be by relay. And the relays they use rated at 1 amp at 30 volts DC. But if one of those relays fails, or its control signal fails, or you're going to switch to cathode bias, so remove the bias supply to the control grid at the same time that you switch in the cathode resistors. But if one of those is failing, and say you turn off the cathode, you turn off the control grid voltage, the bias supply voltage, and you short the cathodes to ground, now it will be a complete runaway situation. It's good to see you guys just ignoring me and talking about food. That's what I deserve. So we need to disconnect some stuff. This is going to be fun. It's going to be fun, all right? All right, so photo time. Everything's covered in hot melt glue. Oh, God. So, is there a way of disassembling this? So the previous tech that supposedly replaced the board, I think he lied, but he wouldn't have reapplied this glue, yeah? And every connector has an unbroken blob of glue. So has this even been taken apart? That's my question. I don't reckon it has. I reckon he's probably kept ringing old mate, and he's just said he's replaced something and given it back, when really he probably just changed some valves and didn't get to the bottom of anything. That's really annoying. Right, so how do we get this glue off without damaging anything? Is the board supposedly replaced to the left of the transformer? No, because that's nothing other than input filtering. It's got a X-class cap, a couple of inductors, and some MOVs, and that's it. I find it hard to believe that was causing any problems. Do we just call it on this one and say no? It's tempting. Or are you going to own this amp forever now that we've looked at it? What's the failure mode again? Which version do you want? Do you want to know the failure mode, Lyle? Here's the failure mode. 1 page of notes. 2 pages of notes. 3 pages of notes. And an invoice from another tech. Yeah, I think I'm going to have a quick look at the output board. I think it's likely a failure, an intermittent failure of one of those diodes or its control signal. So what happens with these little box headers is you glue them and then you can't remove the connector without removing the header as well. Yeah, line 6 are utter trash. Don't buy them. Line 6 are shit. Black Star are shit. Mesa Boogie are shit. Just don't buy them, eh? Don't get upset when I say it either, because I'm saying it for your benefit. So a lot of people buy shit and then find out later that they shouldn't have bought shit, and they get real pissy about it when you say something's not worth buying because they've wasted their money and they feel personally attacked. So then they come out, because theirs hasn't failed yet, come out and say, it's fine, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, yeah, are you the one that repairs amps? Are you the one that gets 500 amps on your bench a year? You don't know what you're fucking talking about, mate. Blame it on the boogie. I thought we were supposed to blame it on the Bossa Nova. I don't know. Just blame it on me, that's what everyone else does. Oop. Well, that's good, means we're free. We're free! Alright, well, one board's sort of kind of out of the way. Bunch of glue to clean up. Some guy told me he's sorry that I can't afford good pedals because I criticise one that's built like shit with cheap as fuck parts. Waiting for the cold solder joints on the jack's sockets. Nah. True plated holes, they're all good. I don't think we're going to have a problem that easy on this one, man. Alright, we'll take a few more photos now that we've cleared the air a bit. That Marshall's still behaving itself. What's the bet? It's something else in his signal chain that he hasn't checked. Ah, well, you paid the bench fee. So is there even going to be a way to test this thing on the bench? On the bench, Bree? This is a nightmare. Let's take off what we know goes where. Output transformer. A couple more photos. Yeah, but even swapping boards is painful. Yeah, so it's, the glue's taken the header along with it. Yay. It's alright, slides back onto the pins okay. So what did he say on the original invoice? Repaired power supply service. Repaired power supply service. What does that mean? I think he said that he replaced it, so yeah, he said new power supply. That's not what the tech said. So he's putting words in the tech's mouth, so his notes aren't accurate. I know old mate Bogner is a weird dude, but he must be even weirder than I thought. Putting his name to this piece of shit. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it on this one. Not interested. Because we could repair the output stage, whatever's clearly gone wrong there, and then something will happen in the preamp, and then it's then in the customer's mind it's my fault, even though it's nothing to do with me. Just getting these out is going to probably cause damage because of all the glue. In this low voltage area, there's so much glue on everything. We're probably going to have to replace parts just to get the thing out, because I'm going to have to damage them to get the glue off. But I reckon there's a problem with the switching circuit. Let's have a look at the schematic for shits and kickles. It's getting hot in here, eh? Maybe it's just me working on this thing. Line 6. Do I have a line 6 folder? Ugh. Unfortunately, yes I do. What's this thing called again? DT. Exceeds the cost buying a used D25. Yeah, literally, I wouldn't even want one given to me, because even the speaker's probably shit, and probably even the knobs probably aren't of much use. The switches certainly aren't. They're those big bat switches with the tiny little body behind them, and it's all show no go. The sockets are weird. Maybe the two switches, are they Carling? No, they're a Carling rip-off. Oh no, they're actually Carling, yeah. So literally probably the only thing I'd use is those two switches. And there's no point keeping the spares, because that means you'd have to work on another one. The output transformer, it's probably shit. Power transformer, probably wouldn't trust them. So yeah, probably the two toggle switches for the power is about the only thing I'd use off this amp second hand. See ya, Alan. Take it, squeezy champ. How do you get schematics from companies if you're not an authorised repair centre? It's called the internet, Scott. You're not looking hard enough. There's all sorts of dark corners of the web where you can find whatever you want. Most of the time, them not supplying us a schematic doesn't stop you doing anything. It just slows you down a little bit. I'm waiting for a cease and desist, because I show schematics on the live stream from time to time, but that's why I delete them after a month. Fuck them. By the time they figure it out, it's already gone. Alright, I'm going to look at the output section first. So let's share this horrible thing. Battery leakage makes a nice bit of corrosion. Sometimes it spits the sparks and the soldering iron hits the solder joints even if the battery is stone dead. Yeah, I've seen that. And it stinks. It smells like vinegar mixed with cat piece. Alright, can you hear me still? Yep, sweet. Alright, PDF. Dynamic zoom. Let's go to the output section and see what this switching is going on. See if my hypothesis was correct. Jesus, how many pages has this thing got? Oh wow, it's got instructions and everything. I should have read this to see how to take it apart. Like, look at all these pages. Step 52. Step. So there's disassembly. Step 54. I've never seen such a needy amp in my life. Like, just to take the thing apart, they got 54 steps. Fuck me. Alright. Foot switch. Speaker jacks. MIDI. Oh fuck, it's got MIDI too. Relay drivers. So one of them could have failed. Let's see what they do. Power amp. So here was our guess. Yeah, so I got it 100% right. Fuck, I'm smart. Jesus, it blows me away sometimes. So you're switching the cathode to ground via, it's odd, they've got 100 microfarad in series with a 47, and they've got a 10 watt, oh that's a big bastard down there, the 10 watt 125 ohm to ground, and then they've got mute switches. They've paralleled a relay to take the current. I don't know, probably just because it was there, maybe a level of redundancy, but there's your ground connection. When it's on mute mode, it cuts the cathode to ground. When it is in class A, fuck off class A, you lying bastards. When it's in class A, oh god, excuse me. When it's in class A, it is going through this arrangement, which is just cathode caps, a cathode bypass and a cathode resistor. And then when you're in class AB, that's bypass, so it goes straight through. So that would be a hard connection to ground in class AB, and that would be in cahoots with the bias voltage being switched on and off, or there being that as a grid leak. So if that one is switched to grid leak mode via these resistors, and that one's stuck in class AB, that would blow these up very quickly, and there's nothing there to stop it from happening. There's no fuse in the cathode circuit that would stop it. So if these aren't switching perfectly, that's a big fuck up here. Like, all to have this class A, class AB bullshit, and you're relying on a digital control, you're relying on relay drivers, you're relying on relays, 2 of them operating in sync with no issues, all to stop this from melting down. And I reckon that's what's happened. Something's happened in the control circuitry, possibly intermittently. Like, you got 500 connectors, and that's making these well, over dissipate everything they can take from the power supply. And you got to try pentode mode as well, because why not? Yeah, so our hypothesis, our guesswork, without even looking really at the circuit board, was 100% correct. So there you go. I reckon that's what the issue is. So let's look at the relay drivers. So what was it? Relay 4 and 5. Relay mute audio. Okay, so relay 5A and B and C. So A is the coil element. It's just referring to the same part. A is the coil. And then B and C are the 2 sides of the switches. That's dual pole, dual throw relay. So relay 5's job is to just cut the cathode to ground. So just put the valve in cut off. Relay 4's job is this bullshit. So let's have a look at the relay 4 driver. Class AB, we've got Q8. That's a strange part number, it doesn't look familiar. But yeah, let's see if we can do any passive testing here. And there's also a relay 7A. So what's that switch? Relay 7. You see they're on the same transistor, so they'd switch at the same time. Part of the reason I take these things open is just because it's a little bit fun solving puzzles. Relay 7, where are you? Possibly in the bias supply, maybe? Tube bias voltage. So there's the bias supply, pretty standard fare there. Relay 7. Here we go. So what's that do? That's paralleled. Okay, so that's bypassing that resistor. So 5K, that's high. So when you're in class, it's hard to tell what mode the switches are in when. Class AB, I guess. So Class AB is bypassing that resistor. Class A has that resistor in the circuit. That's coming from the HT supply. Low B plus and high B plus. There's two supplies here. I've got to think about this. So that is essentially changing the plate voltage, that relay 7. Is that relay rated for 300 volts? Oh, sorry, 400 volts. Is that relay rated for that? I don't know. 7. What do they actually use? Can't see. It is rated at 125. It is rated at 125 volts AC. And it is rated at 30 volts DC, and they're giving it 400. Fuck me. Nah, I'm not fixing this. What a piece of shit. That's funny. That's funny. No, you don't clean those relay contacts, you replace the relay, but I'm not even doing that because the relays are underrated. So what's probably happened is that relays are stuck on because the contacts have arced, because it's got fucking 400 volts going through it when it's rated for 30, and it's DC. So, you know, you can't break those arcs when they're high voltage. So I reckon we've had a relay failure. I could replace that relay and it'll just fail again. But hey, we know what we reckon we know what it is. So I'm going to decline this one. I'm going to keep the bench fee because it's taken time. I'm going to tell him to throw the amp in the bin because it was designed broken, and not going to touch it. And that's probably what the last 2 techs, or maybe even 3 techs, did. And that's probably why it's ended up here, because he kept looking for a tech that will repair it for some reason, because they probably said it's not worth repairing, and I'm going to say the same thing. So maybe the 3rd or 4th time he hears it, he might decide not to go ahead. But in the meantime, he keeps looking for another tech, I think. So let's put this one aside. So you could throw some massive figure at it, but it's just designed broken, so it'll just be back, and then it'll be upset. Put it in here where we can't smell it. But at least you know that model and its shortcomings now. Problem is, a lot of these customers, they want a reliable amp. Oh, I just want something that's going to last, they say. Okay, here's one. Here's another one. There's another one there. All different ranges. This one's got reverb. This one's got an effects loop. This one's 25 watts. This is 100 watts. This is 50 watts. They're like, Anyway, see ya. So then they go and buy another cheap amp. They don't really want one that's reliable, or they'd pay for it. Anyway. Oh, getting a headache. Need to eat something. Didn't have dinner last night. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Eating's just like an inconvenience at the moment. Oh, what's next? Let's do something nice after that one. I think we've earned it. What do you reckon it is, champions? Yeah, guitar mags rave about everything because they get fucking paid to. You just ignore magazines. What is this? Tell me what it is. Guess. Come on, hurry up. What's this one? Let's look up the job sheet while you're guessing. Just gotta water the plants. Alright, have we guessed? Line 5 spider. Drink your Ovaltine. Just buy an old Fender, have it gone through. Damn straight, if you're into that tone. Otherwise buy a 5150 or a, I don't know. Just don't buy a Mesa Boogie. Garnet, no. Mesa, no. People scoff at PV amps and bitch they don't want to pay $500 for a VT60. Damn straight, the VTs are fucking fantastic. Crate GX, no. PRS, no. Dr. Z, no. Matchless, no. PV, no. Buddha, no. I know the handle hardware doesn't match the other hardware and I hates it. VHT, no. Laney, no. Oh, this is fun. Keep guessing. I'll look up the job sheet. Laney, nope. Gens pens, nope. No signal, no pilot light. Ooh, at least this one's definitive. Cool. G'day champions, got this bad Cat Lynx 50 here, which is come in with a report of no signal and no pilot light, so at least we'll probably be able to find this one reasonably quickly. So join us for the ride, as they say in stereotypical YouTube videos. So there you go, you've got a bad Cat Lynx 50, and I just crushed my laptop. So no signal. Oh, it's a switch. It's a bit fancy. Gain, edge, bass, mid boost. Oh, that pot feels really light. So it was a matchless. Yeah. Oh, kettle's boiled. Alright, we're back with tea. Meow. I spent 6k on gear this month. Do I win anything? No. You win an expensive insurance bill. When you spent 6k on gear, do you mean buying gear or repairing it? I bought a rev amp and a Martin. Oh, that'll do it. What'd you buy a Martin for? They're shit. John Mayer Martin. John Mayer has a Martin signature? Really? What I don't get is these guys grew up playing say an OM28. So the signature model is just an OM28 because that's what they started playing. So why would you make a signature model? Just buy an OM28 because that's what they started with. It's like when you really like a band. Say you're obsessed with Metallica and you want to be Metallica because you're obsessed with them. Well, don't listen to Metallica. Listen to Overkill and Motorhead. Listen to what they were listening to. But, you know, don't simulate anyone. Anyway, bought a new cable for £6. That's cool. I bought fuck all because I got no money. And I'm trying to really save money. I bought about $30,000 worth of equipment in December. And all the bills came in this month. So it's been a tight month. Now I've got a shop full of gear that no one wants to buy. Because everyone else is broke as well. I bought an Ibanez Smashbox. He doesn't love Smashbox. I bought a speaker cable too. Should add that. Rev didn't include a speaker cable. Well, I guess it's an amp. It's not a speaker cable, is it? Bought a signal generator. Cool, Scotty. What one did you get? That's what really impresses me. Equipment. OMJM. John Mayer OM. Really? He's got a signature model. I got 2 new sweatshirts. Neither, as far as I know, were John Mayer's. Oh, they just it's not good enough, mate. So the cat's eyes light up from behind. I think something like that happens. It's not happening now. How long will it be before amps start putting backlighting similar to LED running lights on modern cars? Well, they already do. Couldn't? Look at the Laney Ironheart and several others. I mean, look at Hughes and Kettner. They were always doing the bling bling thing. So get this, the OMJM Martin is unique in that it does not have a dovetail neck joint. Oh god. Ow, that hurts. What neck joint does it have then? Every other single Martin $2,000 and up has a dovetail. So what? It's a John Mayer, but it's like a budget John Mayer. If budget applies to anything made by Martin. I recently noticed that, like John Mayer, gravity is working against me. I have one of Jimmy's old straps. Yeah, sure you do. Coffee for me, I'm with Lyle on that. Yes, what gets me is signature model Les Pauls. Yeah, it's already a signature model. It's a fucking Les Paul, isn't it? John Mayer has a signature OM with a narrow... Yeah, he's got to have something different, doesn't he? He's got to have some little thing that just makes it... Yeah, you've got to buy my one because it's fantastic. Budgie, yes. Misfits, yes. Motorhead, yes. Blitzkrieg, Diamond Head, fuck oath. I love that shit. I love it more than Metallica now. I used to be obsessed with Metallica when I was a teenager, and then I realised that they actually kind of suck. You know, once you hear Lars play live, you'll know what I'm talking about. They're legends, don't get me wrong, but it's a $4,000 Martin and it doesn't have a dovetail joint. What does it have then? What is it, a bolt connection like a Taylor? Is it like a Taylor? How many Marshall slash mods are there? Who cares? Yeah, true. I just had an SL5. The only thing wrong with it was loose valve pins. It was pretty well built, really. Well, you know, as good as Marshalls get these days, anyway. Lars sucks. Yeah, I think they all admit that they're not very good musicians, but as a unit, it sort of works. It's like gin and tonic. Separately, they're fucking terrible. Together, they work. And they have worked because they're one of the richest bands on the fucking planet. Lars has a unique sense of time. Yes, he does. But he's a character. He's funny. I'd have a beer with him. Try and speak Danish to him. He seems like a cool guy. Way more of a Megadeth fan these days. I was always a Megadeth fan. I just can't get over what Dave plays, and he's singing over it. He's doing like these crazy chromatic runs on his guitar, and he's just singing like there's no biggie. Cliff was the musician, and he's dead. Well, see, I don't get the whole Cliff being a genius thing. I mean, yeah, he's good, but he's playing stuff that it just sounds like a guitarist playing bass. Michelle made me some banana bread. I squashed it in the sandwich press. I should have set the depth control. They call it simple dovetail. Replace the mortise and tenon on their low end stuff. I can't for the life of me figure out why they did that. They did that because they're Martin and they're a bunch of fucking cockheads. Maybe it's because it has a hardwood neck. What else would it have? Don't know. I'd never buy a Martin, to be honest, after I've seen all the shit they do. But yeah, I'm jaded with everything, every brand. Maybe even Bad Cat. This is the first one I've seen. Alright, so the front panel I can see through there is a circuit board. It's got a what appears to be a rectifier, rectum fryer, solid state. I better video this. This is video gold right here. So what we've got, 2 channels, presence and master on that, volume, tone, gain, edge. Alright, let's do a video. I think I know enough in that 5 seconds. Right, so she's a 2-channel tutor. You got volume and tone. The tone is a switch, so we'll suss out what that's actually doing. Clean and gain. So channel 1 and 2 inputs separate. No switching between them. Channel 2, you got gain, edge, bass, middle, mid boost, treble. So what's gain and edge? I don't know. We'll suss that out. Mid boost again is a switch, treble, and then you got your master controls, presence and master. Now apparently the eyes light up on this this valence here, and they're not doing that at the moment though, so we'll figure out what's going on. I think there's no signs of life at all from this thing. So here's the back here. You've got your power and your standby switch on the back because there's no real estate on the front. You've got an HT fuse which is likely blown, given the looks intact, but we'll test that. Half power switch, so I guess that's probably a triode, pentode, maybe something like that. 1 and 2, I don't know, is that channel switching? These things will be answered eventually. And you got an effects loop, an impedance switch. Just looking up at skirt, we've got 2 EL34s there. Got a pretty large choke, massive power transformer, and a pretty large output transformer. The lighting on the front panel is supplied, that's actually a circuit board. And there's probably LEDs in the appropriate places on the other side of it. At first I thought it was birch ply, but it looks like poplar ply. No massive difference. Poplar is just a little bit less durable, but it's much lighter. Looks like there is a birch piece up the front though, so it looks like a mixture of 2 different types of timber in the plies there. Oh God. Hope it has the cap clamps on the tube so we can hear Brad rant. Cap clamps. Oh yes it does! What the fuck are you thinking, mate? Who? Wait a few years and maybe we'll get to see Ted Woodford do a neck reset on one of those Martins, or a bolt-on conversion. I'm about to do a neck reset on 2 Martins. I don't like doing videos of guitar stuff though, because there's always some fuckwit, oh, you should have done it this way, you should have used hide glue for that refret. Like, fuck off. Good scoot. Watching a video being made on video Yeah, Bradception. That was like the other week, last week when we went to the coffee shop. Me type pretty one day. Me og. Oh, doing Brad impression. Yeah, I'm trying not to be so predictable. But you probably don't like unpredictable Brad either. Oh, this headache's killing me. I feel kind of hungover. I only had like 15 beers. Joking. Alright, so the HT fuse looks intact. But it is not. So yeah. It's a prime example if you don't just look at a fuse, because that looks okay. But it's open circuit. So HT fuse gone. So what about the mains? I have to take this cover off to get to it. You can jam a screwdriver in there, but I don't want to. Jesus, that's a bit sticky. I don't want to jam a screwdriver into a bad cat. There's a bit of cockroach poo in there. Actually, quite a bit. It's kind of gross. Let's look at the skirt. And that is explosively blown up. Fake Foxy, yeah. Alright. So when a fuse has gone that hard, like vaporized, generally it's a pretty hard short, so you're looking for blown rectifier maybe, heater short, something where there's a lot of current being diverted to places it shouldn't be. So here you can see they've got an adapter plate. Obviously this one comes out in a 100 watt version as well, with 4 output valves. Those valves, if you had 4 of them, that would be way too close. You're not supposed to put valves that close together really. You're supposed to have at least, say, at least half the diameter of the valve away from each other. There it looks like if you had all 4 populated, you'd literally have about 3 mil between the valves, 5 mil maybe, and that's ridiculous in terms of ventilation because the valves will heat each other up. And here it's got a solid state rectifier plug. I don't think that was factory, although it might have been. It's got a silicon sort of potting compound in there, soft, rubbery, shrubbery. So looking at the mains fuse, it's a hard short, like that is vaporized, so it may be a short rectifier. It's something, whatever it is, has allowed quite a bit of current to flow to make that fuse go that hard. Now the bane of techs everywhere, these little clamps on the valves. But you know, it's no biggie. It's just like undoing a bloody can cap, yeah. Anyway. So curiously, we've got the shield type valve sockets down there. Everything's suspended by rubber grommets, but they haven't got the shield on it, so whether or not someone's taken it off and forgotten to put it back on, I don't know. But we might pop one on at least on the first valve and lower the noise floor a bit and protect the valve. There's a bit of cockroach poop residue throughout the amp. Not a lot we can do about that because the amp's not sealed, so it's stained. It's stained the plier to perform our janitorial duties that we're so known for. So looking at the front panel here, that lighting, it's a PCB, and they've got through-hole LEDs on the other side, lighting up the valence. Bit of corrosion on those pins. Let's testy McTest face. What pins am I looking for? I don't know. The rectifier valve pins off the top of my head. So pin 2 and 8, 4 and 6. And which way am I looking? Hard short. Yeah. Two and 8 and 4 and 6, yeah, that's right. That's showing open. That's showing short. So I think we've got a shorted rectifier. That's cute. Oops, someone's here. Someone discovering that we're closed even though it says it all over Facebook and Google. Got a 3-pin DIN connector. Almost looks like a mini mic connector for the LEDs. Sorry, I've got someone milling around out front, just one moment. don't know what that was all about. A lot of people come here looking for other stores. Oh, you know, the store that this used to be. I mean, had a guy come here ask me for car parts. He's like, "Do you still sell car parts?" I'm like, "What? You were a mechanic?" I go, "No, I wasn't. At no point in my life was I a mechanic." And people just stand there. It's like, look around you, buddy. It's a guitar shop, mate. Shops change, right? And he's like, "Well, where are the cars? Where are the car parts?" I'm like, "Fuck if I know." I looked it up, and I think I ended up asking the landlord, because he knows the history of the place before he owned it. And like 15 years ago, there used to be a European car spares place here. Like 15 years ago. And the guy's like, "Where is it?" I don't know. Go away. I'm way behind. Cockroach, yeah. Cockroach eggs dispersed through the shop. Cockroach eggs are actually pretty massive. I don't know why people stress about them. They're very easy to spot and clean away. They look like little razorfish shells. You roaches, get your mask. Jesus, that's the least of my worries. Cockroaches. You should see the shit that comes in. And Lyle, you'll be a fan of this. Look at that. They got the cup washer. And they got the bloody little flat washer under it. Oh man, this is the stuff of dreams, isn't it? So it doesn't cut up your Tolex. Unless you torque it to 1,000,000 Newton meters. Like they've seen a Vox, but they didn't understand it. Yeah. I love, excuse me, maybe I do have to worry about the cockroach poop. Hay fever. It's funny when you see people rip off parts of a circuit and you can tell what they're thinking, but they didn't know exactly what they were doing. This shit causes respiratory problems. Yes, it does. Brad, why is it so friggin' hard to buy components here in Oz? It isn't. It's easy. You just gotta know who the suppliers are. The amp beeped. Well, the meter attached to the amp beeped. That's right, I think that is just a mains fluctuation. It's de-sticking itself while we speak. Now I can hear Lyle rant about lunchbox amps. I like lunchbox amps. The problem is a lot of them are built really shit. As long as they're low power, don't go buying a 50-watt lunchbox amp. Happy Friday and Saturday to you future people. G'day Wes. I thought you were here earlier. Yeah, I just bought a new lunchbox amp. I don't want to hear anything negative. Yeah, see, that's the problem. When people get upset because they just bought one and they have buyer's remorse. Rev, you should be right with Rev though. The Victory ones are pretty cool. I didn't mind them. Just checked reverb. These run about 2k US. So that's like $8,000 Australian. NT and Phillips. G'day Seth, if I didn't say g'day already. I used to sell those Bakelite stainless steel solid state rectifier tube substitute plugs. I think the last were 6X4 and EZ81s. I still have some from the old TV repair shop. Reverb is like a book. Is like Blue Book. What's Blue Book? Wishful thinking. Color coded names. Dr. Gear's back. Hello, Dr. Gear. Local Craigslist is like Reverb for delusional crackheads. I don't know why anyone sells anything on Facebook Marketplace. It's just the only responses you're going to get are scammers. It's literally the only people that are going to contact you. I've bought some stuff on there, but I've locked in cash only, and I'm fucking meeting you, and I'm looking at the product. You're not sending me fuck all. Hey Lyle, are you not currently doing custom amp builds. I emailed you back in December but never got a response. Sorry to ask here, but the email channel didn't work. Not right now, working out some supplier issues. There you go. I get people asking whether we cut keys. I get that too. This used to be a locksmith, like before me. There hasn't been a key cutting place here in 7 years. Yeah. I worked in comic book stores and record stores. We would get some weirdos. He just got out of a coma. Who got out of a coma? I worked in a music store. There are no ones more weird than musicians. Your eyes are looking at wood and the hands touching the wood. So who the fuck am I to say how to reset that neck? Yeah, I've routinely to change it up on the fly. Had to go to a meeting, then I returned. Ah, that's where you were. Blue Book is the old system where you bought them from Orion for going used prices pre-internet. I sell heaps of stuff on Reverb. Yeah, but look at all the shit you got to deal with too. Blue Book is a subscription service for pawn shops and resale shops as to what they think. Ah, so it's like a value thing, sort of like Sotheby's or whatever. Oh, the guy who asked about auto parts got out of a 15-year coma. Yeah, maybe. He was a weird guy though. He's like real scattered, and they looked very confused just by their own existence that day. You know the type. They're just walking around like, oh, what? Good way to get this out. I can't believe the size of that powertrain. That's huge for a 50 watter. Alrighty, so there's the box. Ugh, everything's sticky. It's got some foil folded over on itself there, which isn't great. Foil's quite ripped up and loose. I'd like to see more, something a bit better on something of this caliber. It's just aluminium tape, but it's only 50mm wide stuff and it's already starting to come off, and you know what happens when it comes off. It's arky sparky time. Alright, so here's the chassis liberated from its cabinet. You can see it's made for multiple models and they've just plugged the holes they're not using. It's got a funny little 3-pin DIN connector there for the LEDs on the front. And plastic blanking plugs wherever there's a valve not used. That's good to see. Obviously they have a reverb model on some of them because that would be for your two reverb send and returns. That plate, adapter plate for the output valves for the 100-watt version, that's actually like siliconed as well to stop any rattling, so that's good to see. They've used nice chunky fasteners. I'll learn how to speak one day. And some big flat washers there, so that's good to see. And the first thing that stood out to me was the size of this bloody power transformer. That's huge. That is nuts. Even the output transformer is pretty chunky, but that looks about what you'd expect in a 50-watt model. Big choke, and just the size of the power transformer, that's ridiculous. Looks like something you'd find in a 200-watt bloody bass amp. You can get away without removing those valves if we put a block on the output transformer. Blue Book is a car valuation service. And Red Book is the standard for CD-ROMs, is it? Had to go fetch a package from in front of the garage FedEx, yeah. 2 pairs of Sabo heat battery heated gloves. Nice. I can't get over how you guys deal with the cold over there. I fucking hate the cold. I worked 27 years as a mixer for a post-production company called Five Guys named Mo. People would call to place pick-up orders for hamburgers. Sometimes the receptionist would take the order. There's a nice little burger emoji there. That looks cool. It's got the sesames on top, and it looks like I'm training my YBA. Yeah, it's huge, eh? So old, remember the actual thick blue books. People called our store in the 90s asking if we sold shoes, and it had been a music store since 1976. Yeah, I don't know. It's like people are looking up these old ass phone books. Wait till someone brings a Marshall Major, an old Sun 1200S. I want to revive the Sun brand, but imagine what they'd want for the name. Hardware stores still cut keys, door locks, yes, but generally not for modern cars. Yeah, because they require other things. But yeah, all our hardware stores here still cut keys pretty much. Generally they'll, I don't know if this is a thing worldwide, but in the large shopping centres here, there's generally always a key cutting place that also does engraving and also repairs shoes. It's like the three things. It's like Mr. Minute, I think they're called, and it was just a standard thing that they're always there. They were like a cobbler, an engraver, and a key cutter, and there seemed to be one guy that did all three. It's so weird when you think about it. It's one of those things when you get stoned and you think about it and you're like, why do they go to like university and say, I want to be a key cutter? I wouldn't go to university, but I want to be a key cutter, a shoe repairer, and a engraver. Well, you're in luck, because we've got a course that covers all three. Five Guys is the only Seppo burger joint here. Do you guys know what Seppo means? It's a semi-derogatory but loving. It's like a, what's the word? Not demeaning. What's the opposite? Endearing. It's an endearing piss-take term for an American. Seppo. Five Guys is the only Seppo burger joint that's hit Australia that isn't completely shithouse. Yeah. It's like one of those things. It's like pizza. You go to your mate's place, you're out of town, they go, oh, you've got to try this pizza place, it's the best. And you have it and you're like, this is fucked, but I can't tell them. Same with burgers. These burgers are the best, they're so good. And you have them and you're like, this is fucked. But you have to pretend you're enjoying it because it's their burger joint. How about we revive the circuit with a different name and have each model named after different strains of ganj? Yeah, that'd work. I have to drive to Burbank. Five Guys has good fries, bland burgers. See, I don't even eat the fries generally. I just eat the burger. I heard someone call us Seppos in like 20 years. Yeah, we call everyone Seppos. It's supposed to be Yank. So Yank means what? New Yorker, yeah? So it's Seppo. It's rhyming slang. It's septic tank. Visual inspection time. Let's zoom in a bit. You can look at this horror show. Hey, it's cool. It's fun to get amps like this, not like line 6s. Yeah, same here. Shoes, keys, and engraving. Yeah, it's a thing. The three. Where did that come from? Acme Barber and oil change. Shoes, keys, engraving. Shoes, keys, engraving. So weird. Pardon me. I can pick locks, but I don't cut keys. Australia actually has a regional version of best SFIC lock that is 100% unique to Australia. What's SFIC? In-N-Out burgers, fries are lousy. At my age, I eat about 2 burgers a year anyway. What are those US caps with green writing? They're Sprague. Sprague. Yeah, you're balling us shitheads. In-N-Out are marginally better than Five Guys. I have an In-N-Out at Foothill from me. Blight on the neighbourhood. Traffic around the place is a nightmare. Shake Shack is the bomb. Sprague. You're thinking of the Sprague Adams. They're the blue ones. These are the normal ones, whatever. It says BMJ on them though, so I don't know if someone's got signature versions made. Oh, my banana bread. Forgot about it. Well, the Marshall acoustic thing's still performing okay and behaving itself. Backup diodes here. Pin 5. I'm going to have to mentally create an image of what the hell's going on here. Shut up, guts. Stomach keeps making weird noises. Must be hungry. The bridge is okay. Got a bridge there, probably supplying the relays, which are 5 volt DC. It's got a separate winding. Yeah, so that's pulling off the heater supply. 2 and 7, yep. So it's got a DC supply for the relays, which appears okay. It's reasonably well built. Switch the neutral, which I'm not a big fan of. The active goes via the fuse, of course, because it's got the IEC, and it goes via the fuse to the sticky stuff on everything. I don't know what it is. It's really annoying. So there's a possibility it's just the shorted bridge. Hopefully that hasn't damaged the cap by shoving AC out their arse. That's weird. It's like a white fur growing off some of the nuts. Actually, I think that's a fluid. That's leakage or spillage from something. Looks like one of this. Oh yeah, fucking. Staring me in the face, no? This is a weird cat. What the hell? So, that's weird. I don't know if anyone, you blokes have seen one of these before, but see this big ass 100 microfarad cap? It's like one of those arse caps. Yeah, it's fun to say. It's got rubber plugs on either end. And this one is bulgy on both ends. So see how there's a bulge either end there? I feel like I should be doing a video here, but let me think about scripting. This is why videos take so long to make. Fuddruckers. Oh, is that a thing? Because that was in Idiocracy, when it started as Fuddruckers and ended up as Buttfuckers. It's great. I think they are black now. What? Oh, the caps. Small format interchangeable core lock for large buildings and governments love to use systems. Master key pulls the core. Replace all the cores, all the locks are changed. Yeah, I've got a core removal key here for nefarious purposes. All the shop fitters use Hafley locks, Simo 3000 series. So I've got a master key as well as a barrel removal key. Always on my keys, just so, I don't know, if we're at a bar or something and I want to drink out of a glass that's behind a door, I can open it and pull it out and drink out of that glass if I want. I don't know, it's just for funny stuff, to be a bit of a MacGyver. Or if some retail outlet's been an absolute cock and they won't help you to look at something, I'll just unlock it myself and pull out the thing and look at it myself, and they'll be like, what are you doing? Breadboards in production amps, weird. Yeah, that's just to house the relays because they're circuit board mounted. What's the IC hanging out in the left corner doing? That's another relay, it's not an IC. It's they're in IC sockets though. So they're DIP size, which makes sense. $10 the sticky stuff is 7-Up or Sprite. I think it's the adhesive from the oh, let's taste it. No, I think it's the adhesive from the tape. I'm just tasting cockroach poo while we're doing it. I have Raynaud's syndrome. Fingertips turn bone white and numb in the cold. Ugh. Getting all in for sissies. Fuddruckers is out of Texas. Sticky stuff is WD-40. Nah, I think it's adhesive from the tape. The aluminium tape. We have a few here in LA now. WD-40 great on fries. Ugh, just made me feel sick just thinking about it. Minus 26. What the fuck is that in Celsius? Minus 26 F to C. Holy fuck, minus 32. Is it really that cold there? You need to move. Just sell everything and move. That's fucked. Get the hell out of there. Alright, see you, Lars. Off to buy some screw extractors. Oh god. My heart goes out to you, mate. You don't buy them unless you have to. Good luck. That's all I can say. Sissies ain't getting old ain't for sissies. Yeah, true. Anyway, back to the amp. So this is one of those shit caps that has the crimp on both ends, rubber plug on both ends. I've heard about these things. I don't see them that often. That's bulgy. That's bulgy. So that might have failed due to the rectifier failing, or the rectifier may have failed due to it failing and going short circuit, drawing too much current. So on the end here, this spillage and this weird white shit, which I hope you can see, but you probably can't. The nuts mounting that tag strip down there, they've got this white rust on them, and the tag strip itself is rusted Probably see better on that one. It's all brown shit under there. And you can see there's a puddle. Oh, where's my blue pointer? I always misplace that. You can see there's a bit of a puddle happening around here. That's leaked down out of this cap, out that hose. You can see the lead in there is rusted, and then it's run out that insulative thing. So that cap's leaking shmoo. It's got to be replaced. The others look visually fine. So yeah, it's anyone's guess as to whether that failed first or whether that failed as a result of copying AC from the rectifier failing and going short. Went to my wife's home in Russia in the winter. Minus 50°C. See that's just, how do you live in that? Like, no wonder they're trying to fucking kill everyone. So we've at least got one cap and a rectifier. I'll ask him if he wants to go back to valve rectification-age. I don't know if he put that in. I think he said he didn't put in that cap. I shouldn't say cap. I think he said he didn't put in that solid state rectifier. So he might be open to just putting a valve one in there. I mean, more valves, more better, alright? And we definitely replace that 100 mic. It's 105 rated. We've got, yeah, I've got a shit ton of tube amp Doctor ones. Why do I order so many of them? No wonder I'm broke. Fuck no. Look at that. Look at all the caps. Why did I order that many caps? I must have got like 2 amps in a row, and then I thought, oh, fucking getting heaps of these, and just ordered too much. So they're 220s. Yeah, the 100s. Taddies. They're the radial ones for Voxes and shit. Hey, look at the size difference there. I'll chuck a Taddy in there and the leads will make it all good. But what I'm primarily concerned about now is look at all these pretty leads that everyone loves to drool over. Now, how the fuck do we get in there and clean all of them? Imagine having to undo that tag strip to get to it. Can you imagine the hours that would disappear into that? I'm talking like 5 hours, 4 hours just to rework all of that. And write down exactly what went where and make it look like it did. Get the same silicone tube, or Teflon tubing it looks like. A lot of hours in that. So it's just one of those things. Don't use axials in new amp designs. But I think we can throw a dart on this one and allow quite a bit of margin, because there's guaranteed to be other stuff that will need attention once we've sorted that. So yeah, I'm not even going to attempt to power this thing up. So we'll give an option for a valve rectifier, or just another one of those things. I'll probably just get an off the shelfer because they're already potted. Yeah, probably can reuse the tubing, Wes. It depends if it's Teflon or not. If it's Teflon, it shouldn't melt. It looks like it's Teflon. New cap. Test the other caps. We can go from there. Might have a circuit floating around for this one, we'll see. I don't really want to trace this out. Alright, so I'll put that one aside and we'll throw a dart on that one. Oh, I should do a video while I'm here. Do a video. What? Why you stop recording? Alright, so here's a look inside the chassis. We've got all tag strip construction. Oh my god, I can't speak. Fuck. Right, so here's a look inside the chassis. It's aluminium, welded corners, construction, and all the circuitry's tag strip, and a bit of point to point happening. We've got our main bank of filter caps here. We've got a secondary supply down there which is pulling DC off the heater supply to supply the relays for switching. There's two there and one down here, Omron. So the first thing I noticed was this capacitor bulging at the ends. This is one of those ones with a rubber cap on both ends, and from my colleagues in the States, they've encountered these things failing quite regularly. And you can see down underneath is like a puddle of white crap on the aluminium chassis, and it's probably a bit hard to see there, but the nuts securing that tag strip have got this like white fur growing off them. So that's corrosion from this electrolyte leaking out of this cap, running down the inside. You can see the lead in there is all rusty, running down the inside of that tubing and running down onto the chassis underneath. So to properly clean that, we might have to remove this whole assembly, which is going to be very time consuming. Hey, here's a question on caps with no polarity. Like those orange drops. Do you worry about which way to install them? Not really. There's an outer foil which can be used as a shield, so you attach that to the lower impedance end of the circuit. But generally, the difference is pretty minimal, unless it's super high gain. Alright, we'll move this one on. Make a bit of room for myself. So this Marshall acoustic thing's still behaving itself. I don't think we've got a problem with that. Probably needs a bit of a clean, that's about it. Could have been one of those switches cutting out. Alright, what's next? Want to play the guessing game again? I don't reckon you'll get this one. Mr. Carlson has a video on how to, guess you mean test for outer foil. Oh, it's easy. Famous last words. This will make a liar out of me, I bet. Where's my test leads? Get one of these leads. What cap do you want to use? Let's use a big one, it's probably more obvious. use a big one mic, eh? Let's see if this works. I bet it won't now. It'll make a dick of me. Mr. Carlson is pretty OCD. I think he likes to present himself in that way. Yes. Fuck all difference. That's me holding onto the light. Jesus! Sounds good, doesn't it? So that's how much gain you have to notice the difference. So I'm touching my overhead LED light now. You can see I've plugged that into the little test amp. You can do this with any high gain amp. And I'm grabbing the casing of the cap. No change in noise. Right? Turn that fucking amp off before we do that again. Turn the polarity, well not polarity, we'll just turn the cap around. Reconnect. Now there's marginal increase in noise. Look, that amp is all the way up. So that means that is the outer foil. Because it's not being shielded when you attach the signal line to it. Simple test. You can do it with just any shit gear at home. You're awake? Yeah, now you are. That was oscillating and everything. That little amp's nasty when you have it all the way up. So you can see there the difference is pretty minor. Does that happen anyway? Caps allow AC to pass, not DC. Not when one end's connected to ground, it doesn't. Does what happen anyway? I just showed you the difference. So not worth it for a 12 watt amp. Nah, it's low gain, don't worry about it. Some fuckwit driving a million miles an hour. This is what Saturdays are all about. Little experiments like that. For non-USA, any teacher for crafts, metalwork, carpentry, electronics is always called Mr. Something. Mine was Mr. Metcalf. I had Mr. Workman and he was a fuckwit. Someone found out where he lived and set his letterbox on fire. Run an AC cable next to the cap when testing. Yeah, I was just holding on to the... If I turn that amp back on... plug something into it. Hold on to the lead. See that? This strip lighting is totally fucked for noise, but it's kind of good because it really shows up if something's not grounded correctly. Throws off tons of hash. Listen to that. Sounds like a synth. There's a source of noise in here and I don't know what it is. It's intermittent too, and it's like a disgusting white noise modulated hiss. Speaking of disgusting, here's the first synth that I bought when I wanted to learn about analog synthesis. Yeah, the sides are all sticky. Your mum's sides are sticky. My router, yeah, I reckon it is too. But I turned it off and it didn't go away, so it might be upstairs router. I'd unplug it and bring it over here and show you the heat damage from 2 years old, but then my internet would cut off and you'd lose my stream. My shop is so loud I can't test stuff properly. The new workshop is even worse. Oh fuck. Or it's my phone. No, it's not my phone. It's not the router. I've tested all this. It's like you guys think that I don't test things. It's like Lyle, people on his videos. Oh, have you looked at this? Of course he's fucking looked at that. He's Lyle fucking Caldwell. That is his middle name, by the way. He doesn't tell people because it's offensive. Power supply. Kingdom for a power supply. There's one. 12 volts. Hey, 12 volts. Poor Kyle. Wow. Boing. Jesus, I forget how to use it. LFO. Arpeggiator. I did a mod to this and I can't even remember what it was. Why is it LFO? I've got to really learn how to use it. Ultra sword, no. Why is it oscillating? It shouldn't be. It totally shouldn't be doing that. I think it's fucked. Okay, that's weird. So the filter, the LFO, the pitch is set to 0. The rate doesn't change it. Ah, it's a vibrato. I forgot that's another setting. Vibrato amount. Fuck, where do you change that? There we go. Aftertouch. Off. Mod wheel. Vibrato. Okay, so you turn the mod wheel off. scratchy. Anyway, I mainly bought that just so I know what I was dealing with if one came in. Like, I didn't know anything about analog synthesis, so I bought this to learn about analog synthesis in general, just so I knew the terminology at least. Anyway. I missed quite a bit. Everyone does that. Well, I mean, everyone does that. Can't read your mind. Oh, yeah. Okay. I feel like I need some exercise today. It's a nice day. I might leave and go for a bike ride. People ask me stupid fucking questions too. I've been doing it for 35 years. Just leave nice comments in his vids. I just leave nice comments in his vids. What vids? Mr. Carlson. What's his real name? I don't like it when people refer to themselves in the third person with Mr. in front of it. I'm being a bit pedantic there, but it's like if I was to make everyone refer to me as Mr. Webb. I'd puke in my mouth as I said it. No, you know when... No, you know when the amp tech is a doofus when he drains caps while shorting them to chassis with a screwdriver. Look, if they're not fully charged, you won't hurt anything. I do that too. A screwdriver has a 470 ohm resistor on it. Yeah, I haven't really watched any Carlson's lab thing, but I probably want to watch some of his RF stuff because I am getting more and more curious about RF things as I get older, and you know, there's going to be less and less guys that can repair radios and stuff, so probably is something I do want to get into one day just to keep these things running. I'd be interested to see the stuff he works on. He seems like a nice chap. Do you really notice a difference when connecting the outer foil of a cap to the lowest impedance point in a guitar amp? Not really. Doesn't make much of a difference. Done it many times. Yeah. It's for a low gain amp. It's probably barely noticeable. Ow, fucker! I made a shorting tool with a 10 watt 100 ohm resistor and brass rod. Oh, that sounds chunky. No pop. Vegemite sandwich. Oh, I could go a Vegemite sandwich at the moment. I'm hungry. It's time for burrito soon. It's only 10:50 AM. Got another hour and 10 minutes before a burrito o'clock. I mean, just turn the amp off and leave the standby switch on. Yeah, that's a quick way of draining them. In a higher gain circuit with components mounted close to each other, it can matter in a cumulative way. Paul Carlson, he's mentioned it a few times. Okay. Yeah, he's got some cool shit, Mr. Carlson. Sounds like the guy from The Matrix. Is that Aussie actor? Mr. Anderson. Mr. Champion. It's always time for burrito. Fuck yeah. I can't get around the breakfast burritos though, because I don't eat egg. It sucks going out for breakfast because everything's got egg in it and I don't eat egg. You ask for the egg to be excluded and you kind of hope they go, oh well, fuck we don't have to cook him eggs, so we'll give him some extra, another treat, so maybe some more spinach or a bit more avocado, but no, you just get the same meal minus egg for the same price. So, guess time. I'd like to think you'll get this one. Maybe not. Pretty distinctive. If you can even see it. Alright, what amp's this? There's no stickers showing in the webcam, no. What's this one, Legends? Breakfast burritos are a goddamn abomination. Yeah, why don't you just make an omelette and roll it up? That sounds better. I was allergic to eggs as a kid, Wes. My throat would swell up and just the back of your throat really itchy and sore. Not like, you know, close your airways kind of shit, but just, it did make me a bit ill feeling. So I never ate egg as a kid. So when you don't eat egg as a kid, the concept of eating egg is pretty fucking weird when you think about it. Just think about what it is and why you've got it. It's a bit fucked up. I'll eat stuff with egg in it now. I'm not really allergic anymore. Don't let them know, Dr. Gear. I'll have omelettes and John Lucas has got it. It's a Jens Benz El Diablo 100. Yeah, good one. Good on you, John. I'll send you a t-shirt. Oh wait, I already did. 13% sales tax on eggs. Yeah. So yeah, if you've never eaten eggs as a kid, the concept of eggs is pretty fucked up. But you know, looks like a marketer designed it. Yes, they did. Also, oil caps being more sensitive to it than others. Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Oh man, look at that thing. Right. So I've had this before. I've played Knifey Spoony before. But that was like 2017 or something. And it was just a bad preamp valve and it's been fine ever since. So it's been pretty reliable, really. Should we do another video? I don't have time for videos, sorry guys. Ed, what'd you miss? Heaps, mate, but it's all in the YouTube for the next month, so feel free to catch up later. You missed lots of ranting. You missed some experiments. So, two channel thing. Vintage and clean switch, so sort of different gain levels for each one. It's got a bunch of stuff in it that's marketing terms, I guess. Attack, is that just presence? I don't know. It's got reverb built in. I forget what format the reverb is. There's a tank in there, so spring reverb. Maybe they broke it good for you this time. I think this one's still operating, it's just sounding a bit weak. So probably another preamp valve. It's funny, some of these amps, they just live forever in mediocrity. Don't seem to die, and then other amps die within a month of you buying them. Oh, it means I've got to restring the guitar. Oh, I don't want to. I can't do that on camera either, because it's too long. So let's have a listen with the FGN, because I couldn't be asked for restringing my guitar, and that'll probably happen for another week. What we have here then? T2A, it sounds about right. Yep. only 16 ohms, 100 watt mode, ground, oh that's the DI. So I was thinking about doing this. As far as I knew, no other amps did it, but different effects loops for each channel, and then a global effects loop. So someone else has already done it. I thought that was an original idea. Damn it. So you think about it, like effects, you're rarely going to use the same effects on your clean as your drive channel, are you? Aren't you? Are you? So having a different effects loop for each channel would be interesting. You could just have your effects in a drawer under your amp or something, just permanently on, just preset per channel. That'd be cool. And then you got a global one if you wanted an overall EQ or something. Michelle makes the best burritos. Yeah, when she buys them from the shop. Yeah. So plug this in. They're turned off at the moment. Get my speaker. It's alright, mate, don't have to be sorry. Oh, my cup of tea. On. Ooh, glowy lights. It's settling down to 70 watts. I wish my guts had shut up. Channel switching works. We're in standby. I think Diesel was the first to do dedicated channel loops on the VH4. Well, I think this was before Diesel, so maybe you got the idea from this. How about effects modules that look like Game Boy cartridges that we plug into the amp? That's a good idea. Ooh, the cool glow of blue. Yeah. Cup of time, yes. I bet this amp is fast. Using German sounding words like Gensbens and these kind of cheap amps, don't really like to see that. Oh, because you're German, eh? It's your workshop. Well, where's this one made? General rule, if it doesn't tell you where it's made in China. Because they're so proud of their manufacturing that they don't tell you when it's made there. I don't know where these ones are made. The Chinese manufacturers seem to sort of start in the late 90s as a rule. So look at all the lights, pretty lights inside. Don't ask me why you want your valves to glow blue, but anyway. So all the valves are heating up. I can see the filaments. There's 3 preamp valves there. And 4 EL34s. So let me grab a guitar. We've got the FGN Neo Classic Strat, which no one wants, which sucks because it's awesome. I can't take everything home though, champions. Otherwise I'll Michelle will claim me on warranty for that wedding. Turn the master down, reverb down, everything else 12 o'clock. So that the tone control shows 0 in the middle and plus minus 15, almost like it's a back handle. or something. It's probably just silk screening. Power's gone up to 133 watt. We've got signal. It's very thin on the bottom end. I think I remember from last time I worked on this, it's just a very dark, dull sounding amp. Yeah, very boxy, no real low end extension. Sounds like there's a roll off on the top end as well. Alright, let's turn the master down a bit, we'll crank gain up. There's a real grainy sort of... It's hard to describe, but it's like this distortion in the lower mid-range, but nothing in the higher range. It's weird. But anyway, that's not what it's in for. Oh, that's blatty. Oh, I'm blowing out the mic again. Fucking thing. Hang on. How's that? Alright, let's go into the interface again. Because you aren't getting it, you're not getting an indication what it sounds like. And you know, I love you guys having you here. I want to treat you well, give you good audio, send you presents, maybe hug you a little bit too long so it's awkward, you know, that kind of thing. Alright. Hey, yeah. We've got signal. Alright, I'm going to go quiet for a minute. Yeah, it sounds pretty yuck, doesn't it? But that's by design. That's not the fault. It's funny how many years this came in. Yeah, like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and I still remember the tone, and I remember it being exactly like this. It hasn't changed. I kind of wanted one of these when I was starting out because it was a do everything amp. See, when you're not a very good musician, you think you've got to cover all bases, and you've got to have this and got to have that in case I need that, or what if we do this song and I'll need this. When you're a fucking kick-ass musician, which I'm still not, but you can just rely on your skill to carry you through. If you're a really nice player, you don't need every feature under the sun. You can just plug it in with deluxe and away you go. Probably sounds better in my shop. No, it doesn't really, Ed. But yeah, you can hear the boxiness, no real low end extension, no top end. The reverb returns completely dull. Sounds like it's filtered massively in the top end, and it's like a 2 kilohertz bandwidth return from the reverb. So what you heard there is accurate. When you're overdriving, you can hear every clip getting chopped off the waveform. Does anyone remember Crate Blue Voodoo? Yeah, it had blue LEDs. Yeah, I wanted one of them at 1.2 because Marty Friedman played through one. Yeah, now I know better. So anyway, that was the warm channel, which I guess is, warm and hot. El Diablo. Doesn't Diablo mean Satan or something? So we'll try it on the second one now. Alright, so I think that did come good while we were playing it. Well, as good as this thing gets anyway, I think. So I think we've got a bad connection somewhere. And when you cranked it up, it's come good, just randomly. So it could be a dirty valve pin or something. Could be a dirty connector. A block of connectors. See you, Ed. You remember that TV show, Ed? About the guy buying a bowling alley? That's a blast from the past, isn't it? How do I remember that? Alright, so how do we disassemble this monster? We've got a reverb tank on the rear panel. I think that was someone here. Nope, just a truck out on the street. Yeah, so that started up real choppy and blatty. They love my descriptions. Right, so I'm going to leave at midday because that's burrito o'clock. Ooh, different size screw. That looks like one of mine. I think I might have replaced that screw because it was either missing or the head was reamed out. Someone has a new old stock crate Blue Voodoo for sale for $2,200 with matching cab. Wow. Whatever you're into, man. There's the reverb tank. You kind of got to love the confidence that these amp manufacturers had. They've got a very mediocre sounding amp, but everyone in their circle of influence has agreed that it sounds good. Either they're not telling the truth because their job's at stake because they're a difficult person to deal with, or they just haven't given it to real players. It's just weird. How does it get to the point where you're in mass production with an amp that sounds shit and no one's told you that it sounds shit? And it happens all the time. That's what happens when you surround yourself with yes men. You don't actually do anything worth doing. Fuck you, Lyle. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here with a 56 Harvard comparing the stock RCA 6AT6 to a Sylvania 6AV6. You know, we can't all be Lyle. We can't all be Kyle at Psionic Audio, eh? Some of us have to fix the pleb amps. I know you fix pleb amps too. You just don't video them because it detracts from your prestige. Sitting around sniffing corks, aren't you? Is that someone here? What do you think you're doing, letting yourself in?
I won't make it home before I pee my pants.
Oh, Shell's just come here to pee. Oh. Shell's come here to pee. She's using my facilities.
Oh,
Alright, I'll turn the mic gain up so they can hear you pee. Alright, I'll mute the mic. Alright, she's stopped peeing now. That took a while. Are you done? Where are you going? Where were you? You had a massage? And you're going back to bed? You know it's 11:21 AM. You got a headache? So do I. So? You've been watching?
No.
Oh. Why do you know I've got a headache? Oh. I'm going to get a burrito. Do you want a burrito? You don't want a burrito? Gee, you must have a headache. I'm going to leave in 40 minutes and get a burrito. And then I'm going home to try and remember what Saturdays are. See you, woman. You let me know in the next half hour if you want a burrito. Or nachos. It's a barefoot kind of day. So Michelle's going home to bed. And it's midday. It's got a PB Delta King. What's a Delta King? I thought it was Delta Blues. Delta... Totally rebuilt a Pro Junior that smoked the circuit board. Oof. What did you do there, Scotty? Did you rip the guts out? Pardon me. And a JVM that came back. Oof. That detracts from the prestige. Wind chill record on TV. Minus 106F. What? Come on guys, 32 watching and only 11 thumbs up. Meh, don't worry about it, Jerry, whatever. Who cares? You know this is a little back alley channel anyway. I made this YouTube account in 2006 and haven't thumbed a single video. Delta King. I thought Delta King was a Supro. I used the Dremel to remove all the burn bits. Fuck, Scotty. I should make replacement. You know what? That'd be a good... I've been thinking, what amp should I make a complete drop-in replacement circuit board for? Delta Blues C30 with trim. Yeah, I just did one of them. $780. New set of valves, new everything. I started doing a video on it, and then everyone was stressing me out, so I stopped the video. It's still here waiting for pickup, and it sounds really good. I did the full works, did the screen grid per valve thing, staked on some the heater dropper resistors, lifted them over the board, upgraded the screen grid resistors, replaced the outputs, cooled down the bias. I think 2 of the 12AX7s were microphonic, replaced them. Did I replace a pot or a jack or something? Yeah, it was a lot of work, a lot of parts too. Drop-in replacement for a Pro Junior. What would we make it sound like though? Would we make it like a beast? Like a high gain? Because you could do anything. Just adhere to the standard layout, but the Pro Junior would be a good one to make into something different. Completely different. Whereas the Blues Junior and the Hot Rods, people would still want that to sound like a Fender, but what would we model them on? The Blues Junior, would we make a drop-in 5E3 board? Because you've got to bear in mind, you're using the same transformers and stuff too, so could it handle that kind of quiescent current? Yes, it could, because Blues Juniors run at like 130% stock, so what drop-in board would you like to see in a Pro Junior? What kind of amp? Like a slow clone type thing, or just a circuit board that isn't crap? That'd be good, but while we're in there, we'd have to change the circuit. We can't just let them get away with that. Don't do Pro Junior or Blues Junior because the chassis won't take real pots. Won't it though? I've got a Blues Junior here. Bought it off a bloke for $200. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I've just got to. I bought it so I can reverse engineer it a bit and do something like this. Chassis won't take real pots. Yeah, but not without drilling. So it. Oh yeah. Hang on. No, that'd take the alpha pots with the. Let's measure them. They're almost the same size shaft as the thread. Obviously, not the same, or you wouldn't get the fucking nut on there, but you know what I mean. So, another side tangent. You'd be holding every newbie's hand. No, I wouldn't. I'd tell them to get fucked. Or do what Jason does. Start a forum and all the newbies can stumble around in the dark together. Oh, I love that. Start a forum. Yeah, newbies are a fucking pain in the ass. But we all were one once. When I was a newbie, I was too embarrassed to ask questions though, so they asked 6.8mm outer diameter, so that's a 7mm thread. So that's M7. What size is the hole? What size is your hole? See, Jerry? Jerry, get on the cans. Get on the Jerry cans. Oh, I hate this camera angle. It makes me look really fat. It's not. There we go. I'm flat. There's my gut. Hey, I'm a newbie. Could be a pain if you like. Yeah. Well, what I was planning, Lyle, is seeing Jace with his head first amps, Origin 20 mod. That is a nightmare. There's no way I'll get involved in modding boards because there's so much potential for damage there. What I would want to do is a drop-in board where you literally take the connectors off the existing board, plug in the new connectors, like have proper spades and everything where they were, exactly where they were. Basically get all the mechanic makeup of the original board, create a template in KiCad of that, and then build your circuit around that. Whatever circuit you want, the valves are in the same spot, the pots are in the same spot. Preferably, I might have to do something with the pots, as you say. But have all the spade connectors in the same spot with the same label on them.
just plug the fucker in, and everything different is within the board that's already manufactured. Purchase it for like $300, $400, $500 depending on the model, like a replacement board for a Marshall, but actually good. And plug and play. Unplug the old one, give them instructions on how to discharge caps and test them, lots of disclaimers, pull the old board out, put the new board in, plug it in, and away you go. Bias it and you're done. Even with cathode bias, maybe not even bias it, it's already close enough. That would be a cool project, I think, and I think they'd sell. Seeing Jace with his head first amps, how much interest there is in that, making shitty amps good. It sucks because they're going to keep making shitty amps, but at least it gives us something to do with them instead of throwing them in the bin. So I think we're far enough in the video that no one's watching. I was thinking about building a tourist attraction for the shop. I'll just check this for a minute. Got a bulger. I've got a bulger. Oh my god, a bulger. Oh my god. Mate, you were fit. You would fit alpha pots in those holes. 16 mils. Now it's all about seeing if we've got to replace the standoffs to get the right height from the PCB to the pot hole. Then we can put real pots on there as well. So, oh my god, they're turkaderbs. I'm thinking about building a tourist attraction for the shop in the form of a stack, but with 24 speakers. So I was thinking about building two 12 by 12 cabinets. I'm laughing just thinking about it. So two cabinets, each with 12-inch speakers in them. 3 by 4. I think I was going to go 4 wide, 3 high, and 2 cabinets. How cool will that be? And everyone would want to come around and try it. And it would probably go viral on YouTube. Because you've got to do really dumb shit to go viral these days. And you could wire it so they were still 8 ohms each. Pretty sure the jack and pot holes are not in the right locations for better PCB mounted parts. Well, okay, so there's a few things there. All you'd have to do is change the height of the standoffs. So you could supply the PCB with the correct height standoffs to suit that, but then you've got a discrepancy maybe between the input jack and the pot height. So maybe the input jack would be hardwired. There's ways around these things, Lyle. Have faith. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. 24 different speakers, and you could switch them in and out, or have them all going at once. Build the amp from Back to the Future. No, one big speaker doesn't make sense. You lose efficiency. Yeah, I use chassis mount, just wired them. Yeah. Fuck it, I'll even help you build it. Who says I need help, Thom? Imagine that, 24 speakers blasting at you. And you could power them individually with different amps. Oh, the mind runs wild. Because there's no reason I couldn't do it. Everything's CNC cut. It'd only be like 5 sheets of ply in it. And we can get the laser cut grill still. We have standoffs from the front. Wouldn't that be cool? It'd be completely ridiculous. And if you need to sell it, well, fuck, let's do the sums. So what's the average speaker? I don't know, somewhere between, let's go average $300. You got some real nice ones and then some cheapy ones as well. The other thing I was thinking about doing is approaching the speaker manufacturers and seeing if they want in on the project, get their name all over it, because it might go viral, might not. I reckon they'll just go, nah, because no one wants to give anyone anything until they're already famous. So you're talking about $7 grand worth of speaker drivers. So if you could get some of them, either on like consignment or just as a freebie for the project, that would be really cool. And put their name on it, their logo on the front or something. Anyway, that would be funny. Better just to make a better amp to start with. Yeah. That would be pretty funny though. It's just totally, oh shit. It would totally be for the comedy factor only. But you could use them to demo stuff. So one of my suppliers for speakers, and I'm not saying who, they just lifted their pricing, and it's conveniently lifted by the amount where once I pay for shipping, the price of the speaker is exactly to the dollar what the retail price of one of the biggest speaker resellers in Australia is. So evidently they don't want me to buy stuff off them anymore, because you don't lift your pricing and make the cost price the same as someone else's retail price. Clearly we're not getting the same pricing without it basically being a big fuck off, go away, you're annoying me. That's what the speaker distributor is telling me by lifting that pricing by that amount. So it's time to find another supplier, because that's taking the piss, and that's very disrespectful considering how much money I put through them. But it's never enough with sales guys. You can put 50 grand through them a year and they're like, oh, it's not really enough, mate. You need 100 this year, really, for me to help you out. Fucking so over it. Am I going to make a 600 watt head to run it? Even 100 watts with that amount of cone area would be pretty fucking insane. So hang on, you got that wrong, mad cock. 1200 watts. I'm talking about 24 speakers here. So that's two 12 by 12 cabs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 horizontally, and 2 high, so that's 24 cabinets, 24 speakers. What are we looking for? See it, flat grounded power cables. What's flat grounded? You talking about the pin, Scott? I don't know what flat grounded means. So this amp is built very well. Shame that it sounds bad. So look at that, 3 plated holes, That looks to me like 2-ounce copper. They've gone, oh, flat 3 conductor, what, to go on the carpet or something. That's 2-ounce copper. That's through plated. That's a very nice board. They've actually got heat sinks, believe it or not, on the. Good luck working out the speaker impedance. No, I did work it out. It works out to 8 ohms per cab. You have to have mismatched. You have to have banks of 3. How did I do it? 2 4 ohms and 1 8 ohm per row of 3 or column of 3. Multiply that by 4 in series parallel. 16, 8, 4, and then I think it's 4 ohms. No, yeah, 8 ohms per cab. It worked out to. Anyway, just a funny thought. Probably never do it. Heat sinks. That's good. You've got a bridge rectifier. Vertical one, so more airflow. Lifted off the board as well. You've got caps, rocking a bit, it's not brilliant. You've got resistors in these little cagey things. This is so well built. See, I'm not always negative. The upright resistors are in these little cages that support them mechanically. You've got the power resistors lifted off the board there. 10 ohms per cathode. Just for bias sense, because there's a bias probe point on the top of the chassis. The 3 watt 1Ks are against the board, but all radial caps. The board looks like it's removable with only a handful of screws. I wish all amps were built like this. So it's a really well built amp. If you could figure out why it sounds like arse, it'd be a good amp to modify and make a weapon out of. Now this is one of those amps where, yeah, it's a tube amp. Yeah, well, you know, why they're, what, 6 TLO72s in there then. So it's probably, let's look for any anti-parallel diodes. Has it got diode clipping? There's 2, that might be it. I have to have a look at the circuit. I've got the circuit somewhere, but overall, very well built amp in terms of the construction techniques. Just the sound of the thing lets it fall over. You got regulated supply there for the relays. You got 2 resistors hugging each other. That's a curious choice, but anyway. So lots of connectors though. So it could be a connector, it could be a relay, causing that fuzziness. So let's fire it up again and we'll see if we can get any mechanical action to trigger it. So it was happening on the lead channel, or whatever you want to call it, the hot channel. Alrighty then. Is that top relay darker than the others? In the shot here, that one? No, it's just the light from the cable loom. Do appreciate your spotting stuff though. Ugh. I shouldn't have moved to Idaho. There isn't shit here for anything except farm equipment and ricer shops. What's a ricer? Idaho. I think Shell's got friends in Idaho. But that's what I love, to be in the middle of nowhere. No one to bother you. It's great. Enjoy it. Do you get tornadoes in Idaho? Is that part of Tornado Alley? One of my friend's sister's name was Allie, and I used to call her Tornado Alley because she was a fucking crazy woman. G'day if you're watching, Brett. I doubt you are because you got a life. No offense, guys. Alright, let's fire this thing into signal passing mode. Turn the gain right down. I'll give you 1K because I know you love it. Gain, oh, wrong channel. Gain down, volume down. Let's give it low because I can't tell if it's distorted or not. Where's my pokey stick? Oop, that volume changed then. Something's changing there as I'm flexing the board. Board does have a lot of flex to it. It's like the holes are too close together, it's bowed up a bit. Alright, let's check the effects loop. That could be it. There's fucking 3 of them to go wrong, so chopstick. They require a fair bit of effort to get to cut out, so I don't think it's those jacks. G'day boys. Could have just been one of those connectors that we disturbed and now it's behaving itself. Moving the valves around doesn't seem to do anything. Well, they are pretty tightly secured. Alex, how you going, legend? It's a bit of a pain in the ass, isn't it? Things always behave themselves when you've opened them up. Sometimes just reseating the chips fixes it as well. Shut up. I'm going to test my bitrate now. Let's see. The internet hasn't dropped any frames today after 4.5 hours. That's pretty impressive. So let's up the bitrate for you. Let's go to 10,000. Let's go to 15,000. See what it does. Oh, let's go, just for fun, let's drop it as low as we can. 500 kilobits per second. You won't even be able to hear me. Alright. What's that look like? Looks too good. There we go. Let's change to 500. That's actually pretty good. I guess if anything moves, it'll suck. If we move that around, the algorithm will struggle. Any quick movement. The latency is pretty terrible today. Let's see how low we can go. Not much difference, eh? It's pretty impressive. Like, you can tell when it's high bitrate, but drop it down to bugger all and it's still kind of acceptable. Let's go to 50 kilobits per second. No, it won't let me. 500 is the lowest, I think. What about 100? No, 600. Yeah, 500 is the lowest. Alright, let's go to 15,000. See if it goes that high. Alright, 15,000. Screen. Don't play me an ad. Alright, I think it's frozen. How are we looking now? Can you read the individual components? You can see D16, D15, R29. That's pretty cool. The stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. Well, it's not now, champ. Current bitrate is 15,930 and it's going up to 17, 16 thou. Go full screen, and if you're on the mobile you won't notice any difference, but if you're on a full screen and you zoom right in, not zoom in, but set it to the maximum resolution, now you should be able to read the actual component designators on the board, which is kind of cool. So if I say, where's R9, you can tell me. But most people are probably viewing this on a phone. Let's see how high we can go. Settings. wonder if we can go like 50 thou. It hasn't dropped any frames. 50 megabits per second. It's not even recording that. No, it's, yeah. Yeah, it didn't like that at all. I went up to 50 thou. Yeah, 50 thou, 10 thou is good. It's because it's a weekend, so no one's in the area. There's no internet traffic because it's an industrial area. So on the weekend, no one's here. I'm here by myself because I'm the only dickhead working. Anyway, so this thing's behaving itself on the bench. Of course it is, because why wouldn't it? Let's play guitar through it again. I know. Let's go with the FGN telly this time. Yeah, still got the pick guard cover on it. Nice and light. Rapid ears and UHF channels. This is fucking Star Trek. Yeah. So I'm going to start a poll. Got 35 viewers. Should get some reasonable results. Start poll. What device are you watching this on? Mobile / cell phone? Laptop / desktop? I can't fucking type. Desktop. Desktop. TV. / other. Ask my community. You're a community. Alright, so we've got a poll there. If you want to vote in that, I'll plug this in and just see if I can get it to play up with guitar playing, because the signal there, the simple sine wave, simple Simon sine wave, sounds like a sine wave-ish. It was doing stuff with the attack of the note before, so iMac Pro, oof, 5K screen, nice. I just got an ad for an iMac Pro. It was like, check out the new iMac, so affordable at $5,800. Like, what? I wouldn't expect any less, Wes. That light's flickering. The operate light. What mechanism is that? Is that a LED? Is that the voltage flickering, or is that... I think it's just the connector. But if the connector is playing up enough for an LED to flicker, you can imagine that one of them will be playing out with the signal too, eh? Oh, that's right, Wes, you're in the VFX. Mate, can you tell me what video card actually helps fucking Premiere do its thing? Yeah, but I got a Xeon with it's like 24 gig of RAM. It's got a 4 gig video card, but I think that particular video card, it just doesn't utilise it at all, so it's just relying on the CPU. So whatever that was, still hasn't come back since we've disturbed it. Oh, is that it? There is a nasty to it, but there's a nastiness to it, but there's a nastiness to the whole amp. So does Premiere just not, is it just too badly written to utilise a video card properly? I had that problem with CAD in the early days. You have the most blinging video card in the world, and because they didn't know how to use the GPU and the programming, it just relied on the CPU the whole time. So Radeon Pro, I think that's what I got, but mine's only 4 gig. Yeah, I tried that Briggs Mech, what's your name? And it had an option there that was greyed out, so clearly it can't use my card. But then they don't give you a list of cards that it can use, so how the fuck do you know? Listen to that. Sounds like a freight train. Like in a bad way. Sounds terrible. Jobs. So I'm going to test for ripple, because it sounds like there's some ripple there on that preamp node. And after that I'm going to say fuck it and get a burrito. Oh, we might have a sneak peek at the next Aussie amp. Low voltage in an op amp somewhere. Yeah, let's check the rails. We'll check we'll check the bipolar on the chips and check for ripple on the various nodes on the nodey McNode face. Their ground connection, that is fucked up. Right, I'll show you this. Hang on. How do I do this? Down here, I know the amp's running. We've got a ground bolt which is going through a painted chassis, powder coated chassis, with two powder coated nuts. It's like the nuts are on there when the chassis was powder coated, and it's not just black zinc, that's powder coating. That's not a way to ground an amp. So if that's throughout, it could be grounding issues as well, but I think, not sure where I think it all goes back through this board here and ends up on the same bolt. Oh, I forgot to end the poll. Right, so did you all vote? End poll. %78% on computers. That's what I like to see, you proper nerds. Ha! Legends. Alright. Where's a good grounding point? There sort of isn't one. That thing back there and try not to short anything else out. What have we got here then? Problem with radials is trying to measure the figure out where the HT's at. So we've got balance resistors here, 465, 470, so that must be the first node. Oh, they're not balance resistors, they're droppers. 465, 470. No, 0 volts there. They must just be discharge caps, bleeders, because the caps aren't in series. They're all 500 volt caps, and they've all got full B plus on the positive terminal, 470 volts. The other end's ground, so they must just be bleeders. Let's see what the ripple is on the highest one. 2.7 volts. That's not too bad. Next node down, 5.4 volts. See, that should be less ripple because it's past the filter stage. 465, 469. So we might have a fail cap there on that node. And then the screen node is about 200 millivolts, like it should be. Next preamp node is about 500 millivolts. I think I'm going to have to get a schematic, figure out what's going on here, because some of this isn't making sense. But I think that second cap might be shitty. Schematic time. Yeah, I don't know why it, like, if this amp sounded good, it'd be a fucking solid amp. I'd recommend it because it's built well. I'd get rid of the NAF LED lights. I'd just fucking take them off. But didn't fender buy Jens Benz and ran them into the ground intentionally or something like that. El Diablo 100, there you are. Bear with me, legends. Alright, desk chair. G'day, Dustin. How you going, champ? What am I doing? Schematic. Alright, let's look at the power supply. Close the DT25 and just go somewhere that's not here. Alright, that's the preamp. That's the output stage in the power supply. C11, C12. I was measuring C13 and 14. Okay, so the circuit's a bit, PCB's a bit counterintuitive. 13, 14. So it's a voltage doubler. Alright. Never mind. So that's why my measurements weren't making a hell of a lot of sense. And it's got, that's the R27, is it? Yeah, R27 I was measuring across, so that's the full node there. So there's a preamp node. The preamp's got its own power supply, which is curious. So here you've got 355 volt center tap, and then that goes via your standby switch. Well, that's your first node filtering to series 350 volt caps, which in this are C11 and 12. They're actually 400 volters. C11 and 12, 400 volt, 100 microfarad. Yep, 100 microfarad, 350 volt on the schematic. You got a bleeder resistor there, and then you got your standby switch. You've got two series droppers there, so that forms the screen node. So that's R25. Where are they? Okay, that's those two ones standing up I showed you before. Then you got C9 and 10. They're at the other end for your screen node. So what I was actually measuring was 13 and 14, which was about 500 millivolts of ripple. So that's preamp B plus, one filter stage. One filter stage. Okay, let's have a look at the preamp circuit. Okay, so there's more filter stages up here. Alright, so that comes from the power supply. So that's already been through one filter stage. This is your second filter stage with a 47 microfarad 450 volter, and then it starts feeding your plates. 10k? What? Really? Yeah, right. Oh, hang on, no. 100k there. So these are separate filters, local filtering. Yeah, okay. No, I've got my head around it now. So you've got that's your second node, but that's the only one being drawn from. And then you've got individual filters here. 10k dropper, 10 mic, 10k, 10 mic, 10k, 10 mic, blah blah blah. And then you've got your plate load, which is 100k there. I'm just so used to seeing the plate load up here somewhere that it freaked me out for a sec. Yeah, anyway, moving on. Alright, so inputs here, 4.7 mic bypass, 1.5k. Yeah, just going 1.5k everywhere. It's straight out of the Fender book. You could probably really play with this thing and get it to sound good. Might be a good tweakers amp because you probably pick them up for fuck all. Sorry, I'm going a bit quiet. I'm just studying the schematic. Shut up, Guts. I know you're hungry. Oh shit, it's burrito o'clock. I gotta go. Oh, that's what this transformer down there is for. That's your phase inverter. Okay, well that might be a bit of a showstopper in terms of a modding platform. They've used the transformer as the phase inverter. So that's just a center tap there. So that's like a matching interstage transformer. Maybe the maybe the bandwidth limiting of that little pissy thing is most of the woes associated with this amp tone wise. But yeah, it's curious. Doesn't tell us anything about our problem, so we've still got to get to the bottom of why that sounded like us when we first plugged in. Anyway, perfect for that Doobie Brothers riff. Yeah, Fender and Gibson are a predatory business. Don't give them your money. They can get fucked. Mixing a show in 20 minutes. Fuck yeah, get into it, mate. Who's playing? Tell us a quick story. Capacitive coupling bridge rectifier too. No. Oh, hang on. What? Capacitive coupled bridge rectifier? Where'd you see that, Alex? You're not just talking about the voltage doubler, are you? Because they're both voltage doubler power. Voltage doubler rectifier configurations. See you, Scotty. Never seen a phase inverting transformer. It's pretty common, but it's in a lot of older hi-fi stuff or medium fi. It's a bit of a weird amp. It's funny, they copied some bits and then just reinvented the wheel on other bits. Strange. Tell you what, we'll round it off at 5 hours. Fuck, what a waste of your lives. So that gives us 6 minutes left, and in that time, I'll stop talking shit, and we'll have a quick look at an amp that I hope to have enough time to do another video on. I could have made it lighter too. Oh, we got another Aussie choocher. A Vadis or Vardis or however you want to say it. Made in Sydney back in the 60s. It's in pretty good nick. Looks similar chassis wise to the Panther. We're still trying to figure out this backstory of the Panther. It's not exactly cut and dried. Can't see the controls, can't see anything. That's great, isn't it? Good video. Made by Soundcraft Proprietary Limited. Not the Soundcraft that makes the mixing desks. I don't think they were aware of each other when they came up with the name. So yeah, I'm going to pull this thing apart. Check it out. Throw a dart on this one as well. Nothing exciting on the house guide. 550 soft seater now. Just some local country gospel stuff. One off. Bugger. So what we got here? We have a valve rectifier. Looks like a 5x3. We've got a L-shaped chassis. So like the Panther. Got a 12AX7, 12AU7. 12AX7, 12AX7, and they're actually stamped on the chassis. That's a cool little stamp. So I'd say that's factory, and we've got a 12AX7 up here. We've got a plug connecting. Oh, it's not an L-shaped chassis, it's two separate chassis. So you've got your power supply and your output stage on this one, and preamp stage on the other, and preamps on the other. So it's going to be a bit messy to undo, I think. Yeah, I'll try and do some videos of this one, and do some editing and all that fancy stuff. But yeah, the valves look intact. That's a mini watt. I can just see the edge of the mini watt logo, but it's all rubbed off. It's cleaned a few times, probably fused 1.5 amp. I'll be the judge of that. It's just the thing that lets these things down is just the plywood cabinet, the chipboard cabinets. They just turn to wheat bix. 1.5 amp. Correct fuse. It's got one of these old connectors that all the hi-fi stuff, medium-fi stuff used to have at the time. One fat pin, one skinny pin, and it just plugs into a phenolic socket directly connected to the output transformer by the looks of it. The valves sound pretty rattly and a bit crook. But yeah, this is going to be... I'm going to have to figure out how to take the thing apart. I've got a feeling we'll have to take this back cover off, because I'm looking at bolts here that are going through the clips and they're coming from the inside out. So let's say that's got screws coming through this panel here from the inside of the speaker enclosure. So we'll have to undo that to get this out, and I think you've got to get this out to get the preamp out. So we'll do that and take some pretty video and hopefully document yet another one. Add it to the... I've started a playlist for Australian made amps, like historical curiosities. So check out my playlist if you're new to the channel. It's all the Australian vintage amps that I've encountered and tried to document as much as we can. Also check out Dr. Gear's channel. I think he's got some on some of the M&R stuff, and also check out ozvalveamps.org. ozvalveamps.org. There's lots of info on there. I actually reached out to them and showed them my page and said, oh, check it out. I'll have some actual hard documentation and schematics for you soon. I've just got to sketch them out, scan them, sorry. I've already sketched them out. I was going to transfer them to like KiCad so it was digital, but you know, probably won't bother because it might be the only amp on the planet. A lot of them early Aussie amps, they were just like one-off builds, and every one of them is different. There's not a standard circuit. So we're just clicking over 5 hours now, legends. So I'm going to take off, get a burrito, and then I might go home and finish my... I've got to do a bit of spray paint work for customers, but in between coats and stuff I might finish off the deluxe cabinet and then try and save up to buy a speaker, because it's a bit like that this year. Everything's very tight. So have a good one, legends, and I'll catch you on the next stream. I'll probably try to do a diagnosis stream pretty much every Saturday morning. So that hits Friday Arvo for you blokes in the States, so you can sit around and bludge at work or after you've knocked off. And as usual, I'll leave them up for about a month and probably take them down, just so my shit talking isn't up there forever and ever. Amen. So take it.